Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, I hope you are enjoying the little break we had in between EMEA, our first show of the day, and now North America, our final closing show. Not only the day, but the second day of our opening weekend of the ALGS here in Split 2. My name is Rainday, and I am hyped to tell you that this is a star-studded lineup. We have the likes of TSM and FaZe, our first look at LG, Tripods, and XSET in this new split. Who will dominate? And who will make up for maybe some problems yesterday, starting this meta out the way they would have hoped? All of those answers to be found out today, and all of the action right here on twitch.tv/playapex or on YouTube/playapex esports. We appreciate you. We love you. Let's get into it. And of course, I'm joined by two of my favorite guys here, Cass and Apex, for so long, and now here on the main show for North America. Let's introduce some Dia. Starting off with you, my man. How's it feel? We got a star-studded lineup here in North America.
Moon to be here and ready to break down day two. I know we had a fascinating day of games yesterday that caught a lot of teams off guard. Big upsets everywhere, and now I'm curious to see what the introduction of Group C, whether it gets even crazier.
It is really crazy to consider all the things that have changed, but you know, one thing that's the same, Zephyr, you joined us here for EMEA, you're here for North America alongside Dia as well. Talk to me, what are you looking forward to for today's action?
Ooh, if I had to pick, when it comes down to it, I love the fact, especially after yesterday, that North America are still experimenting as things do begin to cement themselves from Revelry as a whole. It feels like we're getting some of the ebbs and flows within this region more than anywhere else.
Does feel like there's still a little bit of ferrofluid seeking into the cracks before the cement fully gets the foundation for this meta, as you had mentioned. And I think Catalyst has a big part to do with it. Will TSM switch back and use the character they had touted as good before the season started, or will we see more teams switch up? I heard CLG playing Gibby, Caustic, and Wraith. Knock was giving us this crazy information yesterday. We'll see what ends up happening because we've got a lot that is going to unfold in day two. But that also reminds me to go back for those just joining us as to what happened in day one, because I'll tell you something. North America gave us a show. It started off in a way nobody expected with a team called Drug Free, Impulse, Sorcerer, Asura, showcasing to the world and to North America specifically that they are here to play, winning not just the first game, but the second game back to back. It was a crazy start. North America would only get more intense.
And the thing that really caught a lot of people off guard about this is that Drug Free was silent. They were silent during Split 1. And all of a sudden, first day, they rack up 2 wins back to back. This kind of Uno reverse card of performances is just completely unheard of, and I was completely mouth agape watching it like everybody else. But other teams did start to play ball after we broke open the first couple of games, and we had some really big standout performances, both positively for new squads like FaZe and perhaps towards the more improvement-oriented sides for teams like TSM that did get set back quite a bit.
Not a great day for TSM. They would ultimately end 18th place. Very, very surprising. There's not a lot of 18s that TSM have found in this league. But Zephyr, as FaZe began this kind of, you know, rampant uproar of damage value and looking like Phony sniped down and tracks this new FaZe squad, we're going to be undefeated. It would start to phase out with a team that we hadn't been talking about too much. That's our 2-time land winner, Stark Hero.
And it was almost set in stone that it felt like FaZe were going to walk away with the day win here, especially as we kind of started to approach those last couple games. I mean, Dark Zero were down in the depths here, but 2 wins in succession thrust them past all the way to the top here and continues to keep this roster as one of the most competitive entities across North America as a whole.
And what might have been one of the hypest listmans, and maybe Zero, Sharky, or Jen Burton's, we don't know who's auditioned for America's Got Talent or The Voice, they would exclaim victory and claim the moment in the lobby with this play right here, pushing them from 3rd place into 1st in the final game. That is how close it was, and you could see the impact that they had. Gilderson's on NRG also bringing up 14 kills, not a bad day for them, and Zero, Naughty, Aiden the Destroyer, and Trex is rounding out our top 5. It was a phenomenal showcase, And it led us to our overall season standings so far as we head into day 2. It looked like this. Dark Zero on top with 25 points. Glitch Energy, a team we had not thought of being in the top 3. They were. FaZe rounding out 3rd place. Drug Free in 4th, and NRG, after claiming essentially the 1st place position outside of winning match point at LAN, do a good job staying in that top 5. Also, big shout out to Opti. We have questions about and definitely wanted to see more of. We saw a lot of them. Let's talk though, guys. I mean, Dia, what a story for North America. It feels like this region, as you had mentioned, as we kind of alluded to, is still figuring things out. It's wide open for everybody.
They certainly are, and we're seeing a lot of people have noticed Wraith picked up in this region. A lot of our big star fraggers got their career going on Wraith, and so people are eager to jump back to it. But we're also seeing a weird amount of what I'll call comfort crypto. I'm not sure what people's read on this legend is just yet at the pro level, but there are some people clearly in North America who are living and dying by this legend, and it's very powerful, especially when combined with this heavy fighting style.
Ben, is that what you're seeing in terms of legend interest for you? Is it crypto? Is it catalyst? Is the lack of catalyst on some teams? What's interesting you most about the compositions that NA are running?
I think the most interesting thing to me coming out of that first day is Dia talks about comfort on Wraith, and with her buff coming off of Revelry, I could kind of see how a rotational legend like Wraith finds her place. But with the nerfs behind Horizon, surprisingly, a lot of teams are still set up to rely on that particular choice, which still is yet an unsolved mystery, whether it offers the entry fragging potential or the wombo combo to really match up against, well, what we're seeing from the Catalyst Seer meta.
I completely agree with you. I think a lot of teams may be holding on to meta's past, but we'll see if that goes forward or if it has an Uno reverse card again. We see a team with Horizon win today in match day number 2. Let's take a look, though, at the teams who are participating in match day number 2. It's going to be Season, MLS, TSM, FaZe, Team Diverge, all the way down the list. Sentinels, Lanimals can have another chance to go at it. And Group C, for the very first time, will be making an appearance. The likes of BBB, Designful, Chaotic Much, Zach Mazer, Xset, Furia is Watson, Sarah Tricky, Panders making their entrance into the Pro League yet again. Of course, Nick Merckx, Gent, Deeds showing up. And obviously with a lot of momentum, one of the teams I'm looking for, Luminosity, Stio, Jaguares, Sneasel, and Yanya. One of my, I think, most explosive, maybe #1 players in terms of form that I have seen. So many great participants for the day. And as we bring it back, guys, I kind of want to talk to you as well, because yes, great teams, great opportunities to focus on individuals, but we always have to narrow it down when we get into a match day number 2. There's only a few storylines that catch our eye as we start. So let's start with you, Dia. Who do you got your eyes on as one to watch for match day number 2?
I think if I had to pick one team to watch, and just to start off with, I'd be going with Furia, and I'd be trolling not to. Furia did so well when they initially had this big meta swap up. It was around the same time in Champs where they picked up his Watson, and everybody went, "What are you doing?" And since then, Furia have become this magnetic team. They walk around the map, they find 3v3s, and sometimes even 3v6s, and with their individual mechanical prowess, frag like no other squad in Apex Legends history. Their split 1 may not have had the success that they were hoping for, finishing 11th in the season. They did reasonably well, but as we look towards this split, as the meta is in question, I point your eyes towards this squad that has crazy fragging power. Zephyr, how about you?
Well, I'm sorry I take this one away, Ray Day, but I love the Luminosity as well here. And obviously, we're coming off of one of the most intense splits of Pro League that we have ever seen. And there's a huge trifecta that sat just above this Luminosity roster that almost kind of blinded them out like a shadow here. For them, though, arguably one of the most consistent teams within North America. Coming off of the back end of playoffs, they are the 4th highest performing team from the region. So once again, kind of living up to that 4-on-4, we'll say, pattern that exists here. A massive, explosive roster, fragging potential, and just the best of the best. But I got to hear from the vet himself. What do you think, Rain Day?
Well, I love the choices, fellas. I think you got two eyes on two good teams. I'm going with the tried and true, a team we always know performs at the highest level nearly all the time. It's a well-structured ship, and they know exactly where they are heading, and they want to get into the safe harbor this time around of first place at land. But of course, it's going to take a lot of perfection, a lot of trials, a lot of figuring things out in this meta. And if there's anyone who could do it, I think it's XSET. The combined minds of Nocturnal, Fun FPS, Sykes, and of course, Coach Hodzic. They ring true as Apex Legends veterans across the North American scene. Fourth place at championships, the Split 1 playoffs in London. It bodes well for them being able to show that they are here to play. The question is, can they continue this on today's performance? Because they still, mentioning yesterday, talking to Nock, weren't quite sure the lineups they were going to be using. We'll find out in just a little bit. Game one around the corner. We'll see what XSET brings to the table alongside the other teams we mentioned. But if you want to follow somebody else and you think a little bit is more interesting, maybe a story you're more concerned with, more interested in, you got to know everything happening in the TSM or maybe tripods. Well, guess what? We have multi-view for you. Go into the command center, choose your POVs, combine them, have the in-game audio, see every rotation, every clutch fight, and watch the ALGS your way. Multi-view, check it out and customize your experience while you're watching the ALGS. And let us know if you're using it as well. Tweet hashtag ALGS, tag either of us or at Play Apex Esports. We'd love to see how you guys are watching today. All right, it begins. World's Edge, first half of the split. That's where we start. Then we go to Storm Point for the last three. This is a big day. TSM in 18th place. You've got Tripods. You've got FaZe performing out of their mind. XSET coming into the fray. LG, I think Yanya's been one of the best players I've seen over the last month. But it's all up to what happens now. The results aren't in, but they're about to be. So you better perform or be watching from the sidelines. That's going to do it for our intro show. Hopefully you're hyped. North America Day 2, baby. Let's get it going. I'm going to toss it over to our casters for the afternoon, Dia and Zephyr.
It's just us now, Zephyr. And before we get into the game, we've got to talk about what you're thinking with these groups. I know we hyped up XSET, we hyped up Luminosity, but we've also come out of the Challenger circuit, and I got to throw some squads up there to keep our eyes on as well. Rise, in their performance during the Pro League quals, were one of the most hyped squads coming into today. So many teams now have said that they are overhyped, and I am so curious with Group C's introduction how they, inters, bots are all going to match up against pro teams.
Yeah, and I don't want to touch on the other region that we cover this morning too much, but it is very clear that some of the best that do come from Pro League qualifiers always have the chance to shake things up. But we both know that North America is a different competitive beast compared to anywhere else. It is the best of the best talent in pretty much all of Apex Legends here. So definitely something that we'll have to be watching for, but might favor back towards some of the stars that we know and love. Obviously, from my end of things here, it's a name, though, that we haven't had the opportunity to bring up, and it's one that I think I'm more of just like maybe a fanboy of. I'm loving that new BBB roster.
Yeah, I'm really excited for BBB, honestly. With Zach now slotting in around Designful and Chaotic, I think there's something really special here, but I'm also getting kind of a Lanimals feeling, and that's not coming out of nowhere, because Zach was a crucial part of the previous, I guess, Lanimals roster when they were Cloud9 all together. Having both of these teams go in different directions has me wondering who's going to come out the better end of the deal, and we finally get to see them face off against each other in our very first game on World's Edge. We're going to be dropping in just a moment, but sort of as Rain Day alluded to, let us know who you're rooting for in the chat so that we can keep track of them throughout the day, because there are so many storylines here that we don't want to miss any of them.
I'll tell you what, if you're rooting for someone, maybe it's time to pick sides here. We've had some embers fleeting in the background of potential contests, at least for our first iteration of World's Edge, over towards Overlook, usually where tripods land. We're looking to see if potentially we see the matchup with Sentinels as well, but no, they have opted for the weaker pull towards Landslide, and then the opposite end of this one, it does look like Dig in Oxygen might, not happen there either.
I can't help but appreciate the
close.
calls from these IGLs, though. When you are coming into match day in the ALGS, we've got a whole season, but it is time for some of those contests to kick off. Oxygen already taking shots at drop-in gaming, having knocked Stomps right now. That's the IGL of a roster, an up-and-coming roster, now cut short. Oxygen have the better end of this deal, but to take down Stunny and JQ, they're going to need a lot of firepower, and it's going to be up-close fighting.
Currently our only contest on the map here, and it's one that almost slipped its way through. Both of these squads pretty much landing neck and neck in the same space, and we know that's as 50-50 as it gets. I'm surprised though, Dia. We had a lot to say about so many of these rosters, but we almost let Oxygen slip under the radar, and they're one of those squads who, well, we have high expectations for, especially after being one that found their way to playoffs, but to some others people out there, might have fell a little bit short.
Yeah, they started their season, I mean, really well just last split, and under the IGL guidance of Hill, this roster is nothing short of incredible. They've got great fragging talent, but more than that, their game plans and the way that they play out these end game circles are so hyper aware of every other squad. The fact that they're contesting now isn't even usual for them. This isn't a team that fights a whole lot during the earlier mid game, and yet when forced into it, they're very clearly comfortable, especially when you've got yourself already a 2v3 going on. JQ's holding the long angle right now, but if you can get Stomp's banner and get out, I'm going to count that as a win for drop-in gaming, and it's not even looking like they can do that.
It's unlikely, and drop-in gaming likely to start today right off the bat as a duo here. For them, they have the chance to rotate out, but it's at the cost of so much of this POI, and I guess what little pickings they were able to find in the loot on their back-ended rotation. You can see Enemy and the rest of Oxygen taking to the height here are able to spy out the last remnants, but a bit of a distraction.
As Team Diverge start to rotate in, they've been navigating Dome recently and likely heard the shots just to walk in and check it out. We got the chance to talk to Sleepy Panda before the season really kicked off, and while they are moving out from Dome, they've got to deal with the fact that there's not super great loot there, and what that means is that so often fighting does become a part of their early game plan, to pick up a little bit more and use that edge POI for what it's actually giving you. Team Diverge are going to be playing this slow around the outside, but I'd like to see them push up to launch site if you can take that high ground away, especially with something like a Bangalore.
And especially since, as we take a look at our zone here in a moment, it is pulling down towards the south side of our map here. And for Diverge, while they haven't presented themselves in exact rotation yet, there's so many other squads that they need to keep in mind, because especially when you're going this deep towards launch site, it's almost a guarantee that it does begin to cater or continue to pull that direction. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of our squads, even before some of the major closings have taken place, already well within this POI.
And plenty sitting around the outside as well. Xset up in the northwest, pulling a classic move and waiting for the ring to start closing in around them. Not typically an edge of ring squad, but the slow rotate in this case will give them plenty of time to push out teams that aren't necessarily feeling super comfortable in the early stages of the season, and maybe get you a little bit more KP to start going. FaZe are also rotating in from the west, and they might find themselves face to face with BBB over by Thermal.
Obviously, they do have a little bit of that extra height to their advantage here, but given how wide the rotations are available on that western end, BBB, even if they are in a bad situation, can easily find their way out. I do want to point out Complexity and Furia here, as well as one of the squads you brought up, Rise. These four, especially on a northern end, playing more of the edge-oriented play style that might rep some KP or might come back to punish them, given how zone-oriented things are slowly shifting in competitive Apex.
Now, in this first one, I am still expecting some teams to play in the red, to not really commit to pushing squads just yet, because you've got time to play around the outside of the ring and wait for mistakes to happen on the inside. But as the zone continues to close, and as evidently a lot of teams are prioritizing this closure to be further to the south, spots like Lava Siphon are also going to become really active. And if you are opting into a position like that to hold during the mid game, you'll have plenty of opportunity to pick up KP as teams continue to file in. Furia likely being one of them as they face off against Rise just ahead.
Obviously, we do just see scans come through, so Furia's location is picked up, and especially with this balloon being a streaming red flag, it's almost going to be immediately identified regarding where they present themselves here. But his Watson doesn't seem afraid at all, sending himself directly into No Name. It is clear, though, squad likely Complexity holding out on that choke.
Don't seem interested in really fighting. I mean, Furia, I'm sure, are comfortable with it, but the long-range poke isn't exactly committal, and Furia have got other plans, wanting to focus on picking up this scan and understanding where the ring is likely pulling. It is one of the nice things about picking up a legend like Seer, who's able to grab everyone else's location, is that you kind of get an idea of where the ring is going, even if you aren't running Catalyst.
And just to note there, wasn't quite Complexity. They found their way somewhere else. It's Rise swooping in from Fragment to cut across there. And we'll see how they respond. For now, though, tuning in, of course, with our friends SCN, it looks like. But maybe back to Rise. They make their way across the choke, and it seems they've been chased.
Doesn't look too fun. Caught between a rock and a hard place, perhaps, as Detox is taking some serious fire as well, but it's just the long range from Furia that is continuing to punish Rise, a team that a lot of people had a lot of hope for when it comes to that close range combat. They aren't being allowed to actually fight close range because they got Complexity on one side and Furia on the other.
I was questioning where this team ended up moments ago, and it's clear that they've presented themselves in a similar gatekeeping fashion. For Rise, they're going to take their self and turn tail towards that Lava Siphon area and maybe hopefully get themselves better acquainted with the land ahead here. Problem is, with only 64 seconds on the board, Detox might just be a lost cause.
Now, Awans and Retsi do still like to get quite aggressive, so as this fight kicks off between, say, Tripods and Complexity, there's always the opportunity to go in and third-party that. Tripods, again, very mechanically talented, do tend to try and pick fights, and this looks like one that is sure to go their way. Nick Merck starting things off really well, finding Flesh, and in this RV, a push is just seconds away from happening as Cody heals up just behind. From the low ground, Tripods do have to deal with Monsoon, who's up on height, but one good beam could take care of all of that. In comes the wall. You've separated the fight into 2 and 1, but Tripods do need to figure out who they're actually pincering on. Jet gets some good damage down with the car. They've taken control of the RV, but Monsoon is still up there.
It's tough. To try to eclipse that height is a problem that Tripods haven't solved, and here's the big equation that we're kind of missing out on, the fact that that Dark Veil comes out and they can't capitalize. That is a huge tool that is no longer available for this roster to work with, especially if they do want to start something off here. Now, granted, redeploy, always available. They can tend themselves far and away from what we see out of Complexity, but maybe they'll come right back round.
Okay. Hello, Xset, and welcome to the party. It's just like Rise from earlier. Complexity are going somewhere away from another squad. That's all they know. And suddenly, we've got the R99 right in your face. There's a reason it was in our packs this morning. And Xset gonna take control of that engagement, not wipe out the full squad just yet, but 2KP, they will not mind. And we are seeing an Xset that now with Complexity eliminated is very effective, nay, deadly on the edge.
Absolutely here, and it's to no surprise of anyone, one of the best performing rosters coming out of North America within that first split. We've been waiting to see how they would address this new meta, and while they're not catering directly towards that Catalyst, it seems like everyone just seems to have a thing for that Bangalore, maybe even potentially after watching the matches yesterday.
Target over there.
Bangalore really is providing a lot of value when you think about how much area she can deny with her ultimate, let alone things like the smokes that keep your team super safe. They've got double digis on their R99s, and while light ammo is going to be coming at a premium, teams should be falling rather quickly in front of Xset, especially once you get the drop on them by obscuring some of that vision. turning around perhaps to try and farm up on some teams that are rotating in late. We'll see how it works out for him.
Tripods here opt to move even further south down into the vault choke for the time being. They picked up that 1 KP from helping finish off Monsoon, but it seems like almost immediately they're going to have to turn right round to Lava City and pull away, utilizing that Dark Veil, which once again has such a low cooldown that can make for expedient rotations. Still though, caught in the zone, taking shots, things are ticking here and resources are being expended.
Drop N Gaming do end up being fully taken down after losing their IGL off drop. It's the natural conclusion with Team Diverge picking up that final blow. You and I both saw that crypto ult come out as well, and that's to highlight one of our squads that is favoring the crypto. Meat Lovers have been playing this as sort of an edge style, while Inters have a very different read on the meta, being one of our squads to whip out the Caustic today.
Still something of that control-oriented focus, but obviously not in the hands of a Catalyst. Granted, all you need is that Seer to counter in response, but in terms of getting things set up, luckily, they're on World's Edge. But when we talk about zone, I don't think at least Caustic is catering that direction.
Oh no, it's another kill on Rise as well. This team just keeps hemorrhaging as they try and make their rotations in, but are getting caught, and just quite unfortunately, they even got their third back into the game, did Rise, picking up the banner and pulling off the res in Geyser before ultimately giving up just 1 more KP. We do still have 2 very spicy lads here. A1s and Retzi are very good at the game, but as a duo, it is so difficult to have an impact on how things play out.
Now, just moments ago, we did begin to see that kill feed spark alive with the remnants of Sentinels starting to find some of those initial knocks in part here against Team Inters. Flinzars, this last remaining member, more than quickly picked off by BBB. The majority of those KP falling their direction.
FaZe did rock up here though, and I mean literally, they are on the highest of high grounds in Lava Siphon. They picked up 1 knock onto, I believe it was Bo from Sentinels, and from this height have an excellent position to relocate themselves using, say, something like the redeploy that Tripods are making use of just now. Low ground in Lava Siphon is gonna be rough here. This is where Tripods so often fall short, but if they can stick this rotation, it'll be all right.
And they should be able to find themselves a happy home directly in the dead center of Lava Siphon while we say goodbye to our 17th squad in the hands of MLS. But something we haven't discussed just yet is the fact that, well, things are catering more towards that eastern angles of zone, especially when we talk about that hillside, that entrance in towards the edges of launch site. That can be incredibly difficult, especially if you're playing from the low ground or you don't host a building in launch site yourself.
Using the wall down here, Tripods are going for a bit of an unorthodox rotation, normally trying to get height in a separate way. They actually haven't got the wall off on the height and are being shot at from above. The Lanimals are ready to pounce, and Naughty, one of our top fraggers from yesterday, is already showing up. BBB go down, and Lanimals continue to push this lobby to the limit, finding just a bit of safety behind this RV. Tripods left with just Nick Merckx as he's got to commit through this Dark Veil. Finds another one right in front of him, but maybe this is the safety that he needs.
It might just be the small corner of blocking sight lines for the Lanimals. They're forced to rotate as well, and what lies in store is none other than Furia covering their own gatekeeping potential. But just as quickly as they arrive, do they face almost equivalent levels of damage? Sentinels are picking up the pace just as quickly and wipe out Tripods here, but you can tell FaZe walking to the pack might pinch this all.
This is where FaZe's IGLing is really going to come into play. 12 squads left. Can you afford to over-push this? And into the smokes, no less. Being charge rifled in the back, the call has to be to back off. And FaZe are going to do so, keeping themselves prioritizing playing their life for now. Snipe down. Good call to shield bat. Well, he needs to pop over to the rest of FaZe and consider what their next rotation is going to be. You've got very little time to pull this off and no space for a redeploy.
potentially off on that back end, but the sight lines, like you've maybe potentially mentioned from that launch site area, make it almost impossible for them to find a comfortable space to do so, especially when you also have Furia watching you. For the both of these two teams though, Dia, this is what I talk about when we start to discuss that low ground. While yes, they may hold ridgeline height on the cliff here, the forced drop is almost inevitable, and whether you try to push through on the buildings or go for that redeploy, it leaves a lot of questions in store. But we tune in with none other than our winners from playoffs, TSM. They've found their success wiping out SCN, but now they need to keep reps alive.
And unfortunately, it just doesn't look like it's going to happen. Even Verhulst is on a timer right now as the zone starts to close in, and TSM time out. There they go, 11th place in their first game. A better performance than some yesterday, but not what they'll be hoping for as champions. Well, Furia, one of our squads to watch, do hold one of the better positions in ring. They've navigated their way here through a Valk ultimate, and again are making use of this smoke just to make themselves an unattractive target to push. In a corner like that though, this isn't going to be enough. Nades are everywhere, and a single knockdown shield from his Watson is the thing that's keeping them in this game. Meat Lovers and SCS bite the dust, and top 8 is slowly closing in.
For Furia here, they had the rotation in store, but they weren't expecting what was going to be the full force of all of our squads from launch site looking to take real estate. Oxygen, though, might have to deal with someone else. It's none other than FaZe from the backside of this zone here, down to double flesh, make it triple. No knocks found, and instead they find themselves eliminated, and Furia from behind come through to clean up in a third party.
Was that a 2v3, Zephyr? Was that a 2v3? Being able to pick up the last remnants of both squads, you've certainly got everyone's attention now. Furia have just played that incredibly. There are 6 squads left. I want to jump into a listen in with them, presented by WD Black.
I got a bag.
I'm queuing that for you.
I bang all 3. I scan all 3.
You're fine. I have
yeah,
you.
we should try to push them off that. I bang all 3. Go top right. Go top right.
Let's go. I'm going right. I'm going height.
Yeah. Just...
Yep. Killed one. Killed one. I died.
Watson, go.
Okay. We should.
Oh God, it was so close. It was so close, but LTC turn it around. Coming from the Challenger circuit, LTC have repelled one of the biggest squads in Pro League. Can they do it to another? Sentinels have just 1 member left. Keon whipping around with an all-star performance will be able to, as a duo, eliminate LTC, and that does seem to be the cry of us on the desk today, Zephyr. As a duo this, as a duo that, Xset now taken down to a duo, will have to put up one of the performances of a lifetime. With just 4 teams left, there is almost no space for mistakes.
And we talked about another roster here earlier today that was finding their success, but Xset continue to gatekeep them. Luminosity shot down from the skies at the hands of Nocturnal. But here's the big thing, Dia. There's only one full 3-man roster left.
I don't know if Team Diverge know. You have to imagine that they do. With 3 teams left, they can do the math. And I believe they've just found the last member of Sentinels, Keon, who's ratting it out for as long as he can. See if he can avoid being the center of attention, as Xset have to play their hand as well. An overextension from Team Diverge could lose them this game. Sentinels have just gone down, and we're going to get our multi-view up to see how Xset approach this. Seer ult is down, and they've just got to get 1 clean beam before being able to turn this around. Shield swaps are available for both sides. Sleepy Panda on his trademarked Wraith is going to try and take to the high ground and see if he can zone out the rest of Xset.
I like this from Team Diverge. Almost immediately when that exhibit comes out, they already know they're at an advantage here, and they pull away. Waiting out the cooldown is more than fine, especially with the time that exists in response to this final zone pull here. Now that that major cooldown no longer available, Xset have little to work with other than the angles that they try to present.
5 seconds left on the zone close. 5 seconds left until you lose the meager cover that you're holding on to. I'm looking at you, Nocturnal. Head peaks still available around this ridgeline for both teams, but the smoke will buy you crucial time. Digi threat for Nocturnal isn't answered entirely on the other side, and he knocks Sleepy Panda. It's 2v2, and both Nocturnal and Fun are going to take a moment, take a bat before knocking GS Bird and looking for the last one. As a duo has been our anthem, Zephyr, and as a duo, Team Diverge may just take this 1v1. It's just Aj against the world right now. Xset still can take this.
Oh.
They've got this swinging around the side. R99 in hand. They've got the high ground now. They've got the digis, and Xset have the win as we play Ring Around the Rosie before finding our final knock to take Xset to a Game 1 win.
Xset there. It looked like it was all said and done, especially as they started to lose out on some of the most crucial resources and cooldowns that they had. But you cannot count out the raw talent and explosive power of the roster like Xset. Rain Day, I know you talked about him in our ones to watch, but I'm sure picking up a win's gonna make that feel sweet.
No Wraith, Knock, he didn't do it. I saw Hodzik in the chat when he mentioned that they might play it, say, no, we're not playing it. The Bangalore worked just fine. Him and Fun FPS locked it down, a 2 versus 3 to win. Xset is informed, guys, and that is all you need to know about this squad. We challenged them to figure the meta out early. We also challenged them to show up and improve upon what was a hard to improve situation. 4th place at the biggest tournament in the world, coming into their first game now at the next split. They're winning it in this fashion against the odds. That is an incredible showcase of the power that they've got. And I'm just excited to watch. If this is what NA is like, oh, it's going to be a great day. Dia, talk to me a little bit about Game 1, because Xset obviously coming out on top, but were you surprised they were able to pull that one out of the hat?
You know what? As a duo, yes, I was surprised, and I was surprised a little. I'll tell you what surprised me a lot, though, was the way that Xset chose to play that out. Because, yes, it's a southern zone, but you saw this instant recognition that they were going to have to play Edge, and while Xset can play Edge, and we all know that because they've been around for a long time, it's not typically how they like to do things. The confidence with which they did that, and then being able to transition it through Lava Siphon, a very challenging POI to make work on your transition, actually worked really well for them. And for the first day of the season, yeah, I'll say I was surprised.
I mean, obviously, Zephyr, this is a great way to start things off as we take a look at the bigger picture of game number 1, though, in North America. Any other surprises that stood out to you? Xset, they're a great team. They obviously got the dub there, but you know, Furia stood out to me. There were a lot of big stories that I thought kind of played themselves, started to show up in the beginning of our tournament today.
Yeah, absolutely. Right off the bat here, of course, with this contest for auction, the only one today. They didn't actually quite clean it up, but inevitably were able to be the ceiling factor and Diverge later on. But it was a lot of this extension for so many of these teams, not just here in Big Mod, but especially later on when we start to discuss Lava Siphon. That's where some of those narratives revolving around Lanimals, FaZe, Furia, and all these competing rosters just tried to ink out their best of the best, trying to move to, well, I'll tell you, quite a nasty end zone.
And it began as crazy as it almost ended. 10 squads left here, round 4 closing up. It would get even tighter. FaZe taking the engagement. They're going to take off Meat Lovers here, and you thought maybe something could be going on for Sentinels as well. Keon against LTC. I'm sure that moment is coming up here after this. Just the ability to hold the high ground, but also Furia maybe making a statement, Dia. They have not been around in the conversation for a while after placing 2nd at championships. Could this be the start of his Watson's, Air Turkey, and Panders at the beginning of a new season and a new meta, getting ahead of the rest of the teams?
It very well could be, but I mean, I'm looking down at this clip and Keon does an incredible job. Let's not forget, that's LTC that just took out Furia, coming up from the Challenger circuit. Both LTC and Team Diverge made huge waves in today's first game, and these are teams that either are having their debut, as everyone on LTC this is their first professional split, and then when we look over at Team Diverge, yeah, we've we've got Sleepy Panda back for revenge after not quite making top 10, but we've also got Algs, who's before this year never played at the professional level before, and we're looking at Team Divergent saying, oh, you're in second? LTC, you're in fifth? That's a really good opening game for them.
Great openers for a lot of teams. Xset, particularly with 24 points at the top. Hodzig likes to say if you get 10 points a map, you're going to be doing pretty well overall and set yourself up with a chance to win. So far, they've got a map and a half to relax with 24 points here to kick it off. Sentinels, nice performance. We saw the Keon highlight, 14 points on the day. Furia as well with 11. LTC, 5th place, 8 points. And Oxygen Esports, maybe the biggest surprise here, 7th place, but 9 kills, putting them in a great spot, Zephyr, as we take a look at the back half of our top 20.
And of course, the big name that's going to stand out among the rest, albeit not at the worst, TSM do start things off in 11 with only 5 to their name, having a rough time trying to transition out of launch site effectively, especially as the zone catered so far in away there. And of course, other big entities, especially some of these new rosters, Lanimals, BBB, MLS, everybody trying to make statements for themselves.
Madness on MLS tweeted out earlier that we got to prove yesterday was not a fluke, or actually yesterday was a fluke. A great start, but still plenty of time for MLS to get back in the rhythm. We know they've got the talent. Can they put it together? Overall, in terms of the series, after one, it leads with X. The X set, repping the set, 24 points. Sentinels right after that. Oxygen Esports rounding in 3rd. Furia finds themselves a point behind in 4th, and Team Diverge following suit with 1 point behind, 10 in place number 5, with a couple of moments from Luminosity FaZe and LTC to boot. Game 1 has left us with a lot of questions, a few answers, and a lot of fun. For sure, if you are enjoying this, let us know in the chat and tweet at us, hashtag ALGS, your favorite moments or what you think is going to be happening. 5 more games to go. We're just getting warm here as we kick off match day number 2 in the ALGS. We'll be right back. The official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone. Game 2 of NA Day 2 is on the horizon. And Zephyr, before we jump into that next game, I want to take a moment, reflect back on what we just saw and sort of set expectations here. Like you said, some big names falling pretty early, but we got some solid finishers in those end zones as well. Notably, Sentinels, after having a bad day yesterday, managed to make it up to top 3, and that was first as a trio, then as a duo, and then a little while as a solo.
Hey, any way it counts to help and survive and push yourself above the rest in terms of placement there. And it's something that works out for Sentinels in the end. And you know what, Dia? In terms of this entire starting game, it almost feels like a return to what we know in North America. Obviously, TSM do leave left some expectations, but 9th is not a bad start and underway. One fantastic game, especially this early on, can set them above the rest, especially back into the likes, back into synonymous nature with a plethora of star-studded rosters such as Xset, such as Sentinels, Luminosity, Oxygen, and the rest.
And everybody is going to be looking at tripods as well. It's a roster that has a lot of momentum behind it, a lot of big names, and landing over by Overlook, I remind you, uncontested now for the second game in a row. They're going to be looking for a little bit more than they did last game, because when you are landing uncontested, when you're getting a whole POI to yourself, there are no excuses for slow rotations, for not being able to find your way into a good spot in zone, and we know there's a lot of pressure on this roster. Another little bit of action though, as we do drop hot once again, drop in gaming right next door to Oxygen.
This time around here, we don't see them try to contest the exact same building that ended up at least leveling out Drop in Gaming for our first match of the day. For Oxygen, though, this slow approach and some of the early cracks that they found here might be that potential go button that allows them to start this fight off right. I love the training, the angle on the door there from Hill to at least find some of that starting damage. They are beginning to choke here, especially as we're going to start to see Zenile arrive from this opposite angle, center position of POI.
Single scan, not going to be enough to start pushing in just yet, but with Oxygen actually being the ones to take control of that door with their catalyst, they did get themselves a nice position to start from. Hill gets fried a bit, and the same thing is applied to Enemy. So on the other end of this, Drop in Gaming certainly could be feeling quite confident, as Enemy is going to be able to play the rock on the opposite side of this door and support the team. You still need to actually find a way into this building, something that is a lot easier said than done.
This is getting a little bit dicey, though. This is taking quite a bit of time here, especially with our round one officially already starting to close out, and Drop in Gaming obviously paying a lot of respects to regroup and find what damage that might enable them in this fight. But all I can help but think is maybe a dome rotation, maybe something scary, but hopefully a knock.
Stunny barely able to avoid that. Did put out a lot of damage with the Spitfire earlier, but for now, it's back to those defensive positions. Stomp's taking a hit for a second and having to reset as Zenile finally gets that confidence and goes for the first push, taking down JQ and just wiping the floor with Drop in Gaming. It was over in an instant, Zephyr.
It's much better than some of the early inklings of this fight, but it's almost identical to what we saw in our first match of the day there. And I want to give so much credit to Oxygen Esports. Notably, they get into a situation where they can confirm two, but are lost on that third there. And they have the perfect setup with that catalyst, but it isn't until they get the full three-man roster stuck in one building that they finally go for the full split choke and wipe them out.
A lot of autonomy, and what is very difficult to push in. Once you are in that building, nobody's really getting you out. So a credit to them and the way that they played that engagement. MLS, meanwhile, do have a different game that they're playing, one that centers them more around the zone. They've been liberated to from tree, rotate rather freely up here at Grandma's house, where you can hold down pretty well, especially with something like the Catalyst that we know MLS are running. Plenty of opportunity to farm up those Evos as well, as Luxford desperately needs.
Obviously, as we do start to take at least some impressions from these early rotations, we've got to check in with Sentinels, because just moments ago, they faced their first knock here. RKN already down. That's your big read. That's your informational legend. And almost immediately as they approach this house, they find themselves toe in face against another squad looking to potentially choke. But I'll tell you what, Dia, between two skirmishers, a Wraith, and a Valkyrie, there's not a lot of defensive utility potentially in store.
And they were landed on. Sentinels may very well be being chased by Team Inter's. Rotation a little further out may also mean that Inters don't want to continue that fight and are happy with what they've gotten, being able to set up on top of those buildings and then rotate to Overlook. But this is also a bit of a different style for them, is with the Caustic being in open ground, it isn't going to be the win condition for Team Inters. They're trying to get themselves to a better spot that they can really hold down later on.
It's tough to say exactly where the pull exactly is making its way over towards. Obviously, we are seeing a large investment towards that geyser area, but I don't mind the current position of Inters if this does cater back towards these pillboxes. We have seen endings like this. Now, I do begin to start having problems, Dia, if this is a geyser finish, especially for teams that present themselves in this choke. Things can get particularly messy as you try to rotate in and find yourself a building sometimes particularly late.
Really appreciate that Complexity have opted into yet another choke point and evidently yet another engagement. Jumping forward, Monsoon quickly thinks better of it after ticking for shields on the other side, but losing all of his in whatever choke, as we've seen Bite Complexity before. They've got to watch their backs though, and with tripods looking to be the ones to push in here, I don't think you can rest too easy. This squad is very comfortable taking fights even at low shields.
If we're talking about one of my favorite squads in these kinds of situations, it's usually the one that does pull all the way out towards the door here, given the fact that they tend to respond as those squads come in, whereas it's almost guaranteed that if Complexity stick around in central position there, a pinch will come through. Now, granted, tripods are going to have their own difficulties, especially with how they approach and address maybe these potential buildings to the south or to the north if our zone rotates that way. But for now, they've done a fantastic job of almost scaring Complexity away, and they didn't even have to drop the Dark Veil. Gent still has that in his back pocket to once again provide another defensive option if they try to threaten.
Holding on to that cooldown is going to be really important for them, but we're seeing cooldowns just blowing out here. Both teams, Lanimals and Xset, finally making their way down from Skyhook and doing so explosively. Lou's going to pop his head back in. Careful not to take an unfortunate angle against this roster, but Xset have to consider their options as pushing through this tunnel. Very difficult to do, and especially against Lanimals who are well looted up. Not a risk you want to take. Lan predict the rotation, however, and are going to try and cut Xset off at the pass.
I'm not quite sure if I heard that correctly, but that could have been potentially, yes, the redeploy that comes through here for Xset over the wall. They actually make their way deep back into the choke, directly into the face of Skyhook, where, albeit they're not going to get a healthy or further rotation, but it's survivable, Dia. They're no longer in a place where they are gate-kept by Lanimals, who were about to expend quite a bit on this roster right up against edge of zone. Now, granted, I'm not a big fan of Landslide, and they've still got distance to cover. But hey, they made it happen in game one. They can make it happen again.
Certainly can. Having to pick between the tunnels. We'll see which one they opt into, as a choke point is going to be what Xset have to go through again. Not a whole lot more trouble in their future, however, as Lanimals at least have been cleared out. The tripods in big danger, however, as Seer ult. That big defensive cooldown does have to be expended, and next we're looking at the Dark Veil Zephyr as the last cooldown that they've really got available to them. If you want to keep Complexity off your back, you cannot be giving up those big 30-30 headshots at this point. Peeking comes with a lot of danger for tripods.
I mean, all I'm going to say about it is it feels like deja vu. This is the second time around, but I think it's okay, right? You almost guarantee that they can't walk in, and while, yes, they will begin to pressure and response now that this is down, hey, Dark Veil's still up, and you have the opportunities to work with here. And the longer you wait this out, the more likely it is that Complexity has a friend that potentially introduces themselves from the north side here. They just have to keep holding on. But looking at that kill feed there, speaking of a team that was looking to hold on and maybe facing difficulties, Sentinels with a double drop knock.
Be real problematic up against the FaZe roster. A team that is on the rise, and Snipdown returning to Apex to continue to make a name for himself. A rough last split, but under the IGL guidance of Phony, has really gotten the chance to flourish in the first day. We spoke to Phony a little bit before the games, before the week really kicked off, and he was really happy with the way that the roster has been gelling. Knowing that Snipdown likes to get aggressive, Phony and Frex have been doing a really good job of propping up the eye for plays, the uncanny game sense that Snipdown can have, and supporting that when necessary, and keeping him safe when they absolutely need to. It's been a really good chemical swap up for the roster, and it's clearly keeping FaZe comfortable in game number 2.
The biggest storyline I want to watch that came out of Roster Mania is what ends up happening to that three-piece between Denial, Frex, of course, there, and Dropped as they make their way to 3 individual rosters. And honestly, all equivalent in what could be compared skill as we look at the rest of our split here. But let's take a look at our zone. And this one, yes, deep and dire into that geyser area. And while there might always be those chances to pull back, it's pretty much guaranteed that we'll be seeing the play in this POI directly. And you know what I always say about Geyser, Dia? You have to be there or be square, because at the end of the day, those who come in late, unless you are maybe that last squad to come through, are going to have such a tough time finding effective real estate when, as you can clearly see, the rest of the lobby has already picked it up.
Except we're ready to go onto that revive as well, but turning around, they find themselves, I think, more than they ever could have hoped for, taking down RKN and Lou. They're farming 2 different teams right now, and Luminosity Gaming are getting on the action as well, whipping out the bow check out of the care package to really deal the finishing blow. For the moment, though, these teams that are playing around the edge are playing slow. Nobody's pushing up, getting in each other's face yet. Instead, it's a matter of picking up kills where you can and seeing what space is open. Oh my god, that Valkyrie just got dropped out of the sky. Zach was the one that did it to him, and Retzi is down. Rise, just like that, are gone.
Rise done. We get it from the perspective of Sykes here from across the lane. It's BBB showing up big here on their escape and edge out of Lava Siphon. We'll see if they can transition that one a little bit further forward to Geyser, but in that kill feed, I want to point out, Furia double drops down, enters, and somehow, even with a double knock, find a response and send Inters home.
Now, it was really good job from Furia, but we've been here with Xset for a while, right? And we've seen a few team fights go off on either side of them. They haven't decided on a rotation yet, so let's jump in with a listen in with them to see what they're thinking.
They also have 2 charge rifles, so we could get absolutely.
Yeah, let's do it. Come here, on me.
Okay, I'm doing right here.
On Sykes, yep. If we see, like, I have no smokes for this. This is fucked, actually.
I'm gonna die.
No, you're fine. Just make.
Break off. I don't have diving mitts on.
We don't need, no. They'll just. I pulled jets. I might get looked at.
I died. You can res me with smoke.
Hold on. Give me comms. Give us comms.
Got it.
I have purple knock. I'm okay.
I bang ulted us. Brennan, can you res him?
I'm ulting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Yep.
Look northeast.
Yeah, I am.
You guys go back.
Yep. That's west. I'm looking after the Dark Star.
Oh, I didn't know that was there.
One's above us. Team above in the kite.
Yeah.
Okay, play to me. We're fine for the moment.
It's just a solo.
Yep.
Yeah, please shoot him if he peeks.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm going up top in a
Can you
second.
scan west? West!
Yeah,
full
close
three.
west.
They ran over
Doing
me.
that.
They jump down.
We're on low ground.
I'm selling.
I'm going up.
They went low.
I'm up top right now.
Sykes, be
Careful.
where you stand.
Don't over peek. We still have people southwest. Again.
Okay. Smoking it.
Okay.
I smoked it.
Stairs almost cracked.
I'm just healing right now.
Guys here.
Nice.
This team might wrap us. Be careful of north wrapping us.
Portaling on us! I got kidnapped!
Right on me.
Hit him 100.
I get for 70.
They cannot res. I got the res.
100.
Killed one.
Above you.
Above me.
Play for the knock. Play for the kills. Like, on my body, right now. Got the armor swap. Just play for the kills. He's on the knockdown. Batting. He's dying also.
Right here on ping.
You
Just
can live
healing.
him.
He's not healing.
Shoot him.
He's gonna armor swap. He queued out. Heal.
Oh my.
I'm out of ammo completely.
You got the first point.
Oh my god, Sykes! The performance of a lifetime! But it cannot keep the inevitable at bay with both MPS looking up and plenty of attention on you from the west. There is no way out, and ultimately another roster falls, but what a attempt at survival. Xset almost pulled that out, Zephyr.
It was so close there, and they even couldn't pick up that last remaining kill in the end, and instead had to fend against the world. And Sykes almost was starting to look like he could pull it off with that double crack here. Either way, we start to discuss the final moments of this lobby. 13 squads remaining, and a majority of them falling in that transition directly towards our Geyser POI. You can see how this one is going to be pulling more out there towards that eastern end, where we do get a little bit of the height back on that triple building towards the final leg here of this valley. For Oxygen Esports, you can tell they're just waiting. Zenial with that redeploy, where will they put themselves? It's very, very late.
Zenial has no health either. You take 2 ticks of the zone, and Oxygen Esports drop out of the sky and into the red, let alone where they're trying to land, which in final zones is so difficult. I was so scared as that gas started to close in, but now it's up to Oxygen to make the really difficult decision, and they're gonna drop right on top of the tree. Not quite in zone, but hopefully in a position where they get enough time to heal up, reset, and think of the next move. No portal here, no ability to cross open ground without taking damage. It's all zoning for the squad.
They need a refresh and something fast here. Meanwhile, on the interior of our choke, we've been waiting for these teams to find their way in for quite some time here. Meat Lovers, well, yes, they've dropped tech with this high ground advantage. Are starting to lay it out with the double ordinances. Make it 3, make it knocked, and Funk riding over him. A big wide swing from the other angle to find that next crack and potentially seal the deal. But he's got to be careful. It's from behind that they begin to take damage.
Funk waiting in the wings now, hoping that he can pull this out at the end. Does spot a rogue Valkyrie around the side, and will Furia bite the dust first? Complexity come in for the third party, taking out Meat Lovers, who were on the precipice of eliminating a squad. Now, we do have Complexity still in here. You'll remember that previously it was Tripods ahead of them. Now it's FaZe popping in to say hello. Remind you that your path out of this choke point is not going to be a pleasant one.
There's just barely an angle to work with here on the outskirts for FaZe, but it's almost guaranteed that this 3v3 is inevitable within the next 30 seconds here. Obviously waiting to see how they might expend the particular wombo combo cooldowns available to finish off the job, but not quite taking the wide angles or peaks necessary to find some initial cracks. They want Complexity to come to them.
Phony. Oh, Phony dropped his shield and almost just went down to some really nicely placed shots. Defensive Dark Veil means that Frax is anchoring alone. He can't protect anyone but himself, and separated from the team. FaZe have no choice but to let him drop. Now playing in between the Dark Veils with the Seer ult, there's a chance that they get back into the game. Complexity aren't able to push either, but Monsoon is the one that picks up the Banner of Courage and takes it all the way into FaZe, getting knocked himself. It's a 1-up for FaZe. Just sniped down, and sniped down clutches it up.
It's the perfect moment of success for FaZe, but can they keep this one going? Can they replicate? Meanwhile, on the other angle, outside here, there's a big moment occurring. TSM, some of the best that we've seen from this roster, down from the big building, barely find themselves a crack to survive among the rest of these 3 other squads remaining. It's a moment where they need to find resets, especially before that Dark Veil comes down. Oh, but FaZe on one side, MLS on the other.
FaZe are staring right at TSM. There's no way out of here, but at the moment, you do have a meager bit of cover that will only be denied to you by the ring. Always a chance that MLS and FaZe are forced to fight first, as Luxford doesn't feel so comfortable sitting on the outside anymore, needing to group up with the rest of the squad. On the inside, of course, we've got even more, as these 3 teams, while they're in the best positions, still have to contend with Native Gaming on the inside.
Obviously,
not native? They actually might not be native.
SCS.
It's
coming
SCS.
through. Holding off that building right now between Senux and Crust. Obviously, in a more dominant, safe position, not kind of worrying about those angles like you're referring to there, Dia. Will have their time, and it's something that actually prevents both MLS and FaZe from extending further out here to try to wipe out TSM. Now, granted, they're going to be one of the first squads alongside FaZe to start to lose out on their cover here, so expect potential skirmishing no matter what.
FaZe no. Can they do anything about it? TSM's cover is going to age slightly better. Shubi's waiting for a crack in the armor, but that Dark Veil does allow for the 3v3. FaZe can actually extend out right now and contest TSM. Seer ult going to be down, and FaZe aren't playing inside it, not giving TSM the real chance to shoot back at them, but instead waiting for the move, waiting for the pressure they've exerted onto TSM to be worth it. Second Seer ult's going to be worth a lot, but we've got SCS pulling out theirs as well. A little bit of cover around the side, and now, honestly, MPS are fighting in on their own. According to them, no one else is in the zone. As these walls drop, that's going to start to change. Hal got to pull off the bat soon, but FaZe are going on the push, and from above, they will deliver the death blow to TSM, your LAN champions. Now turning their attention to the rest of the lobby, suddenly SCS is out in the open, and MLS go, all right, well, you're gone, you're done, and FaZe know that it's their time to shine, whipping around for the 2 versus 3. It is going to be a FaZe win for our second game of the day.
We asked yesterday, is this a fluke or is this the true resurgence of this new FaZe roster? They showed that they can play among the best here from Group A, and it might be all but the same here as we start to see Group C as well.
No,
Gentlemen,
here. Please, I've rained a what on earth?
I mean, my goodness, FaZe with the clutch moments again and again and again. I'm just hyped thinking about what we have in store for this season of the ALGS. Talk about snipe down moments. There's a few that are so iconic, some final circles, some final clutches, but Snipe Down taking it to some of his former teammates on TSM and Hal and Reps there to get that third place secured. 2 clutch res moments coming in at the end as well, especially during that Dark Veil fight. Phony baiting the res and then going into it. Snipe Down holding the other side of the veil. FaZe are looking like basically one of, if not the best team in North America. If it wasn't for Dark Zero's comeback performance in the last 2 games, Dia and Zephyr, I think we would be saying FaZe looks like the best team in North America based on yesterday and today. Talk to me about what is working so well with this squad, Dia.
So we talked about it a little bit during the match, but to expand on what we've got is essentially that Phony is trying to nurture a ecosystem that allows Frex to thrive in his defensive play style while unleashing Snipe at different points. And we really got to see that killer instinct come together. It allows the team to play very well defensively because that's the majority of people that want to do that. And yet, when Snipe really sees a play that he thinks is going to be successful, it's that willingness to back him up. With a roster that's so new, you know that you've got faith in your teammates. And I'm excited because FaZe right now don't have any reason to doubt each other. It is just all faith all the way.
And Zephyr, we take FaZe and we put together what you could consider, in not a bad way, some misfits who just hadn't found the right roster for a while. You look at Phony, who has had people having to be off of his team, having momentum, change members going into LAN, trying to get that, he had, I think an element of his star power rising. He's always been a clutch player, but Snipe Down too, a kind of a classic journeyman after that TSM stint changed and he went and left for Halo and came back and was trying to find that perfect fit as well. But you look at Frex, and I feel like at LAN there was an energy of feeling down, an energy of this SSG roster splitting, still repping at LAN, and now all of them going their separate ways, dropped on Optic now. This could be Frex's moment. I really feel like Zephyr, who has really been one of those great pros that hasn't had his shine yet. I feel like this could be his time.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I've been an SSG stan in the past for such a long time period, and it's a team that has brought consistency, and now, of course, alongside the entirety of that FaZe roster, who I also agree, I think Phony is just an insane IGL they could be finding even more success as we make our way through the remnants of our lobby. But that's what we're going to talk about first. This lobby right here, we are pulling towards Geyser, and that moment, Rise being dropped down. We caught it on the edges of Xset, but even from that perspective, it looks even more nasty.
Yeah, Xset, a lot of teams still performing Dia here in game 2.
Get to see this from the BBB perspective, because I was simply watching Sykes the whole time up here on the height. He was farming damage like nothing else, and I actually thought he was going to be able to clutch this up. The shield swap actually coming in just in time for BBB, and it is a game of seconds, of half seconds even, that allows a play like that to go off and ultimately sends Xset into the lobby just before BBB bite the dust.
One of those moments here at the end, too, where the tunnel started to get a little dicey. You could tell meat lovers were going at it. Space was starting to become limited. Whenever you have a fight like this, one team is coming out alive. The other's probably watching in the spectator screen. Meat lovers would be the ones who would be watching their Complexity, getting the better end of this in a few moments. And I like the way Complexity have shown up, but it would be all FaZe in this moment. And I love this. The bait of res. Phony backs off Monsoon. Gets taken down. Sniped down to the right. Sniped down to the left. It's like the snipe down cha-cha slide. He just gets all of the angles and handles it right there. Continuing to take down Verholz, Reps, and Hal on TSM, who notably, guys, did have a pretty decent game here. It was all FaZe from then on, and I think they were just steamrolling the rest of the lobby's effort. This looked too good. FaZe, a team to stop for sure.
It was controlled. At every point there, it seemed like they knew explicitly what they were doing. From that in-choke Dark Veil play where they try to play around the cusp of that exhibit, to cutting off the rest of the lobby to take that single 3v3 when they know they have the upper advantage against TSM before they were allowed to come out and unleash. It was crucial, it was capital, and it is what gave them their win in the end.
Well, let's take a look at that final circle in depth now, fellas, and just analyze what went right for FaZe. I'll start with you, Dia, and Zephyr, if you have any thoughts on the back end of this. But Catalyst Walls, Seer Exhibit, we know how good that combo is. FaZe taking full advantage.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing for FaZe right here was exactly how we called out. The fact that they see that there's a Seer ult dropped in response to their Catalyst wall, and they wait. They Seer ult second. They claim all that space, and TSM now know that there's nowhere for them to maneuver. It forces TSM to sit back and wait for the game to come to them because they have no information. At that point, patience really pays off in spades, and Snipedown's able to jump on top and just clean everyone up because TSM have no idea it's coming. We're so spoiled for information in Apex Legends now, with things like Seer having entered the meta, that when you're not Seer ulting, sometimes you just don't know where people are.
It's a bit of a shame in that moment, but it's what guarantees that they come out on top. On the other angle there, SCS and MLS share a similar story, but in regards to them, don't quite have as clean of the 3v3, and as a result, it's just a 2v3 pickup.
Talk about a bounce back from MLS, saying yesterday was a fluke. Game 1, 0 points. Game 2, 21. I like that attitude, and I like that performance. MLS definitely now in the mix to be in the top 3 or 4 teams. FaZe, 25 points, 13 kills, topping the lobby. SCS, TSM, LTC right behind them. Complexity, Luminosity staying in there. 8 points, 4 points respectively. A nice game from Meat Lovers and Furia getting kills like they usually do. On the back half of our top 20, these teams sometimes get more kills than you think. BBB, one of them. We saw that engagement with Xset and Sykes. Actually went the way of BBB. If they had found those 3 kills, though, Xset would have been looking at 5 or so kills. Would have been pretty decent for them in terms of points as well, adding another 3 to the 3 that they have. But that brings us to our overall standings after 2 in North America. It is FaZe Clan on top. Xset right behind MLS, trailing by 6 points and 9 respectively of second and first place. Then Oxygen Esports and Furia in the top 5. TSM making a mention, moving up on their 14 points, and Sentinels as well. Zephyr, as this lobby starting to shape up, we're clearly seeing who's gotten off to a hot start.
Oh, absolutely here. And it's some of those repeat offenders that we love to discuss, but I'm still waiting to see names like Luminosity and even Complexity trying to figure out their new roster down in the dumps currently. Doesn't bode well for the rest of this split.
Well, let's be clear, too. TSM, and I think it's not just the TSM story, but it's the adjustment story. There's several teams, 10 of them have played yesterday, and we're seeing lineup swaps already. Catalyst now involved in TSM's lineup, and I think that type of adjustment is one of those things you're going to see teams like MLS, whether it's composition-wise or rotation-wise, start to make. If it's FaZe, though, Dia, there really aren't a lot of adjustments that they need to make. They were in that position, the driver's seat, heading into the final game. So for FaZe, now leaving the lobby, it feels like the more the better. Just keep doing what you're doing. I want to let you answer that one as well. While you get ready for the cast, let's toss it over to you guys to begin Game 3 underway, our last game on World's Edge. Let's see what happens.
All right, well, we're going to jump in soon here, Zephyr, but I've got to sort of follow up with what Randy was talking about. Not a whole lot left in terms of adjustments to compositions, and compositions are what we've been talking about through even yesterday's games and continuing on into today as teams continue to experiment. But I got to say, this Catalyst, Seer, and Valkyrie looking very good, and it's simply because of the clutch potential that you have. Valkyrie, not every time are you going to use that redeploy, but sometimes it'll save your game. Same thing with the wall in the end game. Not every time is it going to win you the game, but sometimes it'll keep you alive for 2-3 more spots, and it means so much in a game of points that are just meted out by seconds of being able to survive.
Well, as our dropship makes its way through one final time in World's Edge, before it even leaves the map, we've already faced a single knock here on the edge of drop-in gaming. Losing out on Stunny, this contest doesn't seem to be built into their favor yet. Oxygen, now knowing that they have that superior numbers advantage, could go 3-0 on this.
Hell's looking for it right now, pushing into high ground is going to be a little bit difficult, but once you have 3 people, a numbers advantage, shift this solidly into the control of Oxygen. Zenile from way too far away with an R99 is farming. We talked about this earlier where we said the R99 is surprisingly good at mid to long range, and Zenile certainly makes that true. Though he doesn't pick up the knock, he does keep his team in control of launch site.
Well, either way, Drop-In Gaming are more successful this time around, albeit they lose the fight. I mean, they're not down in 20th, and that's something that's going to count even as they walk forward potentially as a duo, unable to readdress that banner on Stunny here. For Oxygen, they don't even want to go for the chase. They know there's a team awaiting them at Tree that can potentially clean things up here in a moment.
MLS looking like the remainder of Drop-In Gaming were able to avoid that for now, moving their way over to Lava Siphon. The TSM have recently vacated in favor of the Ring, a ring that seems to be pulling us over towards staging and the Mirage à Trois to see how this game ends up. A lot of verticality in POIs like this, however, and a lot of range as well available to these teams. For Lanimals, it's going to be a close range fight pretty quick as Abrulele gets suddenly dropped from FaZe, and now they're on the warpath.
Previous roster iterations here. FaZe already with the start to this fight. They've shoved Lanimals away and lay stake and claim here over their pickings of what will likely be where this pull starts to present itself in a bit of our Geyser Village west of staging, potentially that POI itself. Something I wanted to point out is how fast they put themselves here, especially given the fact that they have early zone reads coming through from Fissure in this game with that beacon on their belt. Now, granted, with all these resources down, I'm still curious to see whether they will actually present directly towards Lanimals here. They're at a superior advantage. They just need to clean things up.
Lanimals have the opportunity to escape if they need to. Bangalore Wraith, both very slippery. I am wondering whether they try and just stick around and say, well, FaZe are on the high ground, and sort of gamble with the likelihood that they get pushed, since FaZe may as well hold on to height for a while. We'll see what the options for both these squads are. Plenty of flexibility here. FaZe seeming to opt into favoring zone more than anything, especially since they've got a, well, really nice gift popping right by.
Something that I'm curious to see here is, especially after they kind of finish up what will be Mirage Etoile, is where they put themselves with some of these new zones, especially when we do get world updates like we can see there with our party bus flying through. I'm curious if they have a read of the pole going that far west, or if they're going to put themselves maybe towards Triangle, some of those other buildings, or staging direct as we start to talk our end game. Meanwhile, though, Team Diverge, they've carried themselves far and away from their start that usually exists out there towards the dome. And while they find some minor damage back, it's not quite a drop, and it's just easy rotations ahead.
Didn't feel that minor, but it is. Team Diverge definitely putting the fear of God in me. Those balloons are not looking so safe for SCS. Instead, a redeploy is going to be a lot more comfortable. It'll take them a lot further over towards Dorito Building. That is absolutely a playable area. We've got plenty of squads like to land over by staging, and if you are pulling on over to the west, Dorito Building is really a spot that you can't go wrong with.
For FaZe here, they found themselves providing some of the starting damage against none other than TSM. From underneath, they already are finding their own responses as Kenny is dropping Hal as well, leaving just one member. And you can tell Snipe Down wants to finish the job there, already trying to see if he could suss out one good sight line to finish the job.
Hemlock, really nice in the new season. One of the additions to the care package recently that does feel exceptional when you're able to get your hands on that weapon. And FaZe not only having height but access to that should mean that their firepower in the mid game becomes all the more powerful. Now, since they are more or less holding on for the late game, how they're looking at other squads' performance is going to become really important. Teams like the Lanimals underneath, these skirmishes can kind of go on uncontested. But when ultimately FaZe decides to move, that's where the rest of the lobby should be looking.
Speaking of the rest of the lobby, I'm surprised they're unable to look here. It's reps underneath with the presence of so many Seers. I'm surprised no one has quite spied out this one yet. It's only going to last for so long, or so that we can hope here. Something that I'm curious to see is, especially if this makes its way west, hard west, is that this is a lot of prime real estate for a bunch of teams, and these are a lot of squads that exist here lacking the numbers that truly count. If you want to push yourself into one of these buildings, you are more than capable to do so and are going to be at an inherent advantage. If any one of our squads can sniff that out before they make the move, that will be crucial.
SCS MLS, the push onto the high ground into the ferrofluid is deadly, but Madness does get knocked before SCS just did a little too much damage. You don't mess around with ferrofluid, Zephyr. There's a reason.
It's a big recovery there now, though, from the upper end, as Madness will expend some of those resources, and maybe they'll get to loot out here. I want to point out that when we do talk about the ridge that they are currently under, they're defensive in terms of that catalyst, but they don't quite have the height. A height that is currently held than none other than BBB. They start in Thermal Station and had quite a quick rotation to present here and are covering not only that zipline, but this entire valley where they might be able to call the shots and third party at any given moment.
Playing a crucial part in eliminating both Rise and Xset from last game. BBB cannot be underestimated at this point. Designful, rocking our nice new heirloom skin as well, is looking stylish at the moment. Up on height, this is another excellent position to hold, however, and very flexible when it comes to the late game. Something to note is that in a position like this, BBB are also one of our squads choosing not to run the Valkyrie and have more limited rotational options that are more or less just, can Wraith walk there or not?
Well, thankfully, it is a zone that caters to them ever so slightly better than, say, some of the deeper rotations they've made. So the Wraith does tend to work out just that little bit. But instead of utilizing it for that rotational ability, it's that potential kidnap. It doesn't come through. And instead, it's a full knock onto Designful.
Luxford goes, What just happened? This man just appeared in front of me, and then he disappeared just as quickly. BBB, fortunately, aren't getting ported on after that, as it is a little bit too much gumption that you'd have after that play. But MLS don't seem to be having too good of a time. The shortest Dark Veil in history will not keep the squad alive for long, but it will keep them up for longer than Sentinels at the moment. Luxford having to put on a defensive performance up on high ground to keep Team Diverge away.
Ooh, the building across just here trying to take this one away, breaking down the door. They're able to wipe it through with that arc star, and from double angles they might face one knock in response, but from behind Sleepy Panda will find the final eliminations necessary to bring MLS down, and almost immediately are they going to be extending this portal to present themselves in better real estate to get a more defensive building here. But no, sticking the revive first.
So Sleepy Panda special, this Wraith, and it was something that he really made his name on in the Tier 2 scene before we ever saw him pop into the Pro League. And there's a reason why I want to say, continued to keep up with this legend, especially given her recent buffs. Sleepy Panda did a really good job there, setting up the portal, giving his team options and not one place that they could be pushed, splitting it between the two in case BBB decided to commit. They've managed to res Bird not once, but twice, given that. And now, we'll see who else is able to make it into ring and tangle with them. Luminosity, one of our squads that we highlighted at the start of the day, now in a fight for their lives. They do need to get in through this zone, and it's not looking too easy for them. Oxygen waiting for them on the other side. An enemy, where'd he go?
I'll tell you what, a double exhibit down spells out exactly where he went, Dia. Luminosity with the full send forward to drop Hill as well. Why don't we make it a three-piece and find it with the 30-30 from mid-hip fire range. Luminosity, notably though, the most important factor here, cleaned this one up quickly and efficiently. We knew BBB were just ahead of them in this choke, and I was worried, Dia. If this had went any other way, they were potentially in dire straits here. But I love this. Jaguares immediately ultimate accelerant out, getting that exhibit back into play, especially for when this zone will begin to choke inevitably.
Yeah, one of the most powerful abilities that you can have online at any given time, both offensive and defensive. And speaking of offensive abilities, Yanya still holding on to that singularity with the Horizon. This is, for a lot of people, the reason why you would still be playing Horizon in Season 16 is to be able to use that in fights. And the fact that Luminosity didn't even feel the need to play with the cooldown in that past engagement, it says a lot about their confidence effort.
We'll see how it might come into play here for Complexity. They're looking for success in where they haven't truly been able to find it. Stuck in the chokes from last game. This time around, they want to go directly for zone, opting to play in this building where we saw Sentinels fall just moments before. And it's immediate setup from Monsu, defensive action, and it's something that is going to guarantee that they last past some of these late rotating entities out from the east and north that they've just surpassed.
Looks like it'll continue pulling with them in the dead center. Team Diverge, of course, are going to be aware of this, but also knowing that they've got BBB at their backs, can't afford to extend too far and harass Complexity for this move in to be their neighbors. Xset, meanwhile, after winning our first game, are going to be taking a bit of a chill pill around the edge of the zone, but still looking optimistically. Zero goes down. We got the thermite connecting, and wow, suddenly intel just melting before our eyes. Where are they all going, Zephyr? The car and the Prowler both farming it up on the inside, and Xset have yet to suffer a knock, even in the face of an immense amount of caustic gas.
I just think it is crazy there that Inters just take it. They bite the dust, and they don't even do anything to prevent Xset from getting things to come out on top. For Tripods here, trying to push forward in a similar pace of action with a nice crack to start this fight here. Missing out on the damage, but Nick Merckx swooped in over from the side. It's Awans from Rise. They need to get a knock in tow, as it will take to a 2v2, but from this height angle, Gent, while he finds the crack, will face Nox inevitably.
Indeed, still batting around the outside, not quite with the rest of the team there. Now has to make up for lost time and pop in before the heels go off. Unfortunately, he is angled out, and the tripods go down to Rise, who have picked up, honestly, their best 3v3 of the season so far. If they can continue this momentum, sky is the limit, but Rise have struggled historically with continuing to chain these together. Meanwhile, Furia pick up Meat Lovers, setting them behind as one of our, let's say, more consistent squads that are still growing in. This time, unfortunately, not able to make it out.
Thankfully for Meat Lovers, before they went out there, we did see them at least find some of the kills out there towards our Geyser Village. For Fury, though, love the fact that they're playing edge. Maybe not as deep as the likes of course, here, what we see from Exet. Retzi going down in response to the Rampage. A chugging from mid-range. Fun with that charge rifle will make even shorter work of A1s, but now as they start to breach these open angles, gotta be a little bit careful, but they still find the three-piece that is Rise.
And it's from a distance as well, never committing, never risking anything. Exet put themselves in a position off by Lava Fisher to just gain and gain and gain. The KP just piling in for them now. 6 kills already for the squad and making top 10. Exet are looking really good right now and continuing to accumulate momentum on a crucial day for this team. Now that they've got this ring pulling over to the south of them, how Exet rotate in will be very telling. We see Valk ultimates, late Valk ultimates especially, claim the lives of many a squad. Will Exet avoid that? Or if they do Valk ult, how will they do so differently to keep themselves in the driver's seat?
It's really tough here, and they might be starting to suss out if they can potentially play out through this eastern angle where they might be ending right up toe-to-toe against Furia here, but they've got to make a decision, Dia, because when we look directly ahead of them back towards the Mirage Trois, we know for a fact that that is a deep dive of Valley, and it's a place that FaZe has been keeping under lock and key for quite some time now. Directly in the train line, I mean, this is out in the open. I'm shocked that this progression of rotation is almost allowed.
Gotta appreciate Fun for continuing to lay in the damage. It ain't the focus right now. 13 seconds left, but it's only gonna do him good as 120 left until this next Evo, and having that extra HP could be a determining factor for them. Looks like Valkult is the call, as there's really nothing else that they can do from this position with this time left on the clock. Let's see where Exet end up, and if they can survive where so many others fall short.
Now here's my question. I talked about the remnants of this low ground being weak, stuck as duos or singles from below. If Exet can maybe find themselves a spot, it would be perfect, but the split that comes through guarantees that Sykes goes down. We know that BBB was above. We know there are so many squads such as LTC as well, but for now, Furia sending it directly on top of FaZe.
Right above them as well, they find one member on the roof and say, you don't get away with that alone. This roof is ours, and it'll last Furia for a good long time. Exet not going to make it as they get pushed up on by Native Gaming and taken out. BBB still chilling on their rock down to the south, but Furia really the only ones where they can look over at that height. What will they do with this power position? Can Furia control the game? We'll find out as we jump into a listen-in with them.
I have 3 nades, bro. Their Cheryl's
Okay,
gone.
yeah. Let's go. This is
nade there.
nade that off. Yep. I'm looking at backside right now.
Throwing nades.
I queued one.
Got nades. Just looking for anything.
Almost farmed one.
I'm batting, careful.
Naded it. Careful.
I'm with you,
I'm about to peek with a digi.
Careful, Watson. I'm gonna
I
watch
got
it.
them top.
I have grenades on them. I'm popping my kit.
Top. I got hard burned. I'm batting.
Q and 10. This is really hard, by the way. Q and 5.
We're in again. They have to push us somehow. Get back on top, I think.
Yeah. I don't want to stay down.
Bell cracked. I'm batting. I'm
climbing
okay, I'm gonna go back up.
Yep. We're getting shot from
I'm
high.
batting.
Yep.
You gotta watch him. I'm batting.
You're
I
good.
don't have a
30
spot for
seconds.
20. They have to walk out.
It's here,
I'm multi-selling. I'm not gonna get it though. I'll be close.
I'm watching this backside climb up. I'm watching backside climb up.
I'm at 75% on my ult.
It's updated. Careful, it's gonna land here.
Good on me.
Yep.
Look across maybe. There's nothing.
We can always jump off if it gets really
Are you gonna
bad.
have Cyril soon or no?
I'm at 82.
They wall.
There's
Watch
like
it,
2
watch-
teams left.
A terrible wall.
I hit all 3 of them with that. They're all 3 right there.
Can we just...
We're gonna have to
We need to
jump
farm them on the
We
outside.
have to
We
jump out
need
here,
to
I think.
farm them. On me,
Where?
you
Where?
can jump
Where?
across right here.
Are we in right here?
Right here on that little lip. To the right.
We're in on top as well, though.
Are we just planning to
Are
kill
we?
them?
we're gonna have to
I missed you.
Okay.
Destroy those. It's worth
Swing!
it.
Swing at me! I cracked one!
I'm peeking.
died, bro.
Smoke one.
Got her.
I'm dead.
Good thought from Furia. Great execution from FaZe. They were able to claim the last corner, that one safe spot that Furia had pointed out on the Mirage Etoile, looking down at 4 other squads with BBB right up here with them. They know exactly what's going on. Only one other team on height. It's time to harass, but there's not much that BBB can really do until we climb down onto this next zone. They've got to play this slow, and this may not really have been the game where they come out in complete control. These buildings, super valuable in end zones like this.
I'll tell you what BBB do have, though. They have the best transition towards this pole than any other squad out there. Obviously, when we get deep towards those buildings, it's going to get chaotic. But from this height here, down on the ramp's edge of the western side, there are no teams. They're the only squad to control the entire west side of zone and will be able, once they lose out on this particular height, to slowly walk it forward, down still in a place of height at an advantage against any other squad, maybe even take it to the rocks or stand on top of the buildings themselves as they work forward.
Try and jump down, like you said, on those buildings. They eat a lot of punish at the hands of BBB, and they're getting wide swung on as well. BBB just watching it all go down. Finally get their view obstructed by that catalyst wall, and have the opportunity to rotate down a little bit further. Again, keeping in control in a lobby like this, where BBB are going to have to play for more or less equal footing with other squads. It's the mark of a great team to be able to keep your cool, and Complexity certainly doing that as they wide swing on FaZe, taking them out, and now taking another fight off in the open. Cody gets that shield swap, somehow walks away alive, but LTC expire in the middle of the courtyard.
Surprisingly there, Cody against all odds and the revive coming through. This would be the go button if I was SCN to make my way out, and it might instead be the go button for BBB on the opposite angle from below. Designful looking to start the end now here, and oh my gosh, SCN stuck potentially inside that building, are just barely going to have angles on the outskirts, and why not try to send for the kidnap? Block the door instead.
Really good.
You make it impossible.
It's just making sure that exit cannot be taken. There's a Wraith on the inside, so being able to jump into the void could still save Native Gaming, but BBB have such a laser precision read on what Native want to do that they're stuck waiting for the lobby to resolve around them. Complexity go down. We're into our top 2, and Kenny just sends himself through the portal with no options left. I'd call it a heal up, but it's not even close. BBB don't have to tank zone. They can just watch as Native Gaming are forced to come one by one to the chopping block and go down. BBB take the win, the last win on World's Edge.
I'll tell you what, Dia, I was excited to talk about this roster and maybe even a little bit more of a fanboy impression, but BB is a team filled with star-studded talent between the 1, 2, and 3 on all angles. Some of the best players with a history to behold.
Beholding BBB, which I love that call at the end. It's so fun. Gets me hyped. It's like we're revving up in many ways, more than one, because this team, when you look at Chaotic, Designful, and you look at Zach, had some murmurs around their potential synergy, not just as players in the game, but personalities blending together well enough to maybe catch people off guard as to a surprise contender for this split. Dia, it's time to dive into it. Let's talk about it. BBB with their first win here, and they do it in very convincing fashion.
I mean, it really tells a story of how much experience the roster has, because there are very few teams that have actually played out end game zones like that. The last time that we've really seen a hot spring zone end in such a fashion was probably 2 years ago in the ALGS, and that sort of competitive experience at the top level really shines through with Zach and the squad. But what I really like about this roster comes back to their comms, and Zephyr was mentioning it. It's the way they talk about the game and approach the end zones specifically. They know they can all make mistakes. They acknowledge that they're all human, and Zach isn't expecting anyone to play perfectly. He puts the team in positions where they can make mistakes and still be okay.
Yeah, I think, Ben, this is a great opportunity to give your thoughts, too, because this is a team that has a lot of history, coming off of Cloud9 and disbanding, and these players, again, a little bit like that SSG story, trying to find their own way. What's the next team that's going to work for us? Zach, another opportunity here, as well as Design, just being able to put themselves in the forefront of an NA team that could start to be dominant if they keep playing like this.
I like it. I like it. It showed itself in spades here in this final game of World's Edge, especially with how controlled BBB played it all the way out here, because they had all the chances in the world to potentially lose what became that god spot there, especially with so many juicy targets and so many sight lines ahead, from Village to the Mirage Etoile to that choke behind them that we saw contested by none other than Luminosity and Oxygen.
And when you take a look at this, Dia, too, MLS continuing to try to get into fights. Fighting early, though, it's always going to be a risk. BBB, they lose Designful there, but they bounce back in a big way. Shub trying to get everything happening. Team Diverge, though, will come in, clean up Shub as well in this engagement, and MLS will go down in 17th place. Not what they wanted. Still a good start. Luminosity in the mix here, trying to get some more damage going, and a team we talked about hasn't quite picked up the pace to the way we expected, though.
No, and Luminosity, like we talked about there, not using the Horizonal, they know that they can outgun some of these squads just on a pure 3v3 level. And I want to see more of them. I think you were spot on with what you said at the beginning of the day, Rain, that Luminosity are fundamentally one of our best teams. The fact that I haven't seen them in an endgame today is criminal, especially on World's Edge.
Criminal indeed, and that's the way this is going. Everyone's trying to figure this out. A versus B and A versus C. Remember, these groups come together and they always give different dynamics depending on who is playing. C versus B as well. If you look back in our split, whether it's Liquipedia or some of the results on our website for Play Apex Esports, you'll see that certain teams dominate certain pairings, and maybe this one for LG proving a little bit more difficult than the opposite pairing they'll be able to go up again next time that they play versus Group B. But let's talk about this in-game here. Zephyr, Complexity on the low ground, Furia Face fighting it out on the high ground, but BBB sitting pretty on top.
I love the level of control here from BBB in the end, especially decisive decision moments like the portal there from Designful. And I mean, SCN were almost just as clutch to give themselves their own rotation out of that fight. Now, granted, they never quite were able to make their way outside in a confident way to lay out the damage to prevent BBB from coming out with it all there, but they still, well, at least had some ideas of how to potentially make it work, even taking double portals on both ends to try to see if they could confuse things with those sight lines.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to convince, one of your parents with the milk spilled all over the counter and only you in the room that it wasn't you. You do your best, but eventually I think they're going to figure out that there's no way to escape this one. That final circle was clearly BBB, and they made sure of that. Great statement for them. Great statement across these three games, too, because now that puts us in a position where we've had multiple winners. We've had multiple teams have moments. And you look at a team like FaZe, even looking across their games yesterday, heading into Storm Point, not the same as getting the wins that they had on World's Edge. 7th, 10th, and 14th place in their final three games. Drug-free, we saw a team get 43 points in 2 games and then about 6 points over the last 4. So, Dia, yes, this is important, all the teams that have performed now, but Storm Point could seriously mix things up for the teams we're expecting to maybe see more from. LG, TSM, or also bring some of these teams who are really hot right now down a peg.
It certainly could. I'd expect that, sort of mirroring what we saw in EMEA this morning, that teams that are more comfortable fighting their way out in isolated 3v3s are going to do a lot better on Stormpoint, just because there's literally more space on the map. And it really does come down to that sometimes. That separation that you get between you and other squads allowed teams, we had, say, FaZe, perhaps not putting up the same performances they did at the start of the day. We had Meat Lovers doing a lot better and being able to find their own engagements around the map. So if you are a team that's looking for those fights, like say Rise, this could be your time.
You know, I'm a big fan of, flying objects. Unidentified ones as well has kind of been in the news lately for some random reason. And I have to say that it's this one's very identified. I know this sorcerer isn't going to confuse anybody when they see it. In fact, we've got the man, the myth, the legend here joining us for an interview. Sorcerer, it is great to have you. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing well. Likewise. Thank you for the opportunity to be on broadcast today.
Well, listen, I know you were flying high. I had the sorcerer joke and the UFO joke. I don't know if people pieced it together. It was okay. I did my best. But you guys are flying high, essentially, after your performance yesterday. Talk to me about how you guys are feeling with such a great opening, back-to-back wins, and a great performance in day one, your debut in the Pro League.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think any of us expected to do that well, especially with the opening 2 games. But yeah, I think we found a very good play style for our drop spot, and it just kind of made sense yesterday. Everything we did together as a team, our macro decisions especially, were very good. Going forward, I think the only thing we need to clean up is any micro decisions and individual mistakes, and especially team chemistry, and we will definitely dominate.
I'm going to let Zephyr and Dia ask some questions in a moment too, but I just wanted to fact check here. Are you actually 19?
I am indeed 19 years old.
Wow, what a young start. Over $36,000 in earnings. You have been one of our longest standing pros. You have had such an impact in the ALGS. I'm pretty sure anyone who's watched knows your name and is now putting a face to the name, maybe for the first time. Talk to me just about the fan reaction, maybe the response you've gotten, whether it's Twitter or watching Twitch, or some of the comments about how you guys performed yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, I did not expect a lot of people to be rooting for us, but I guess winning back-to-back really gets people hyped up, and it made me really happy to see people still root for me and cheer for me, especially all the people that reached out to me in DMs or just added me on Twitter, just cheering me on. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just watching mouth agape as you guys picked up your second win. And like you said, your macro is feeling really on point, and it's difficult to do that, especially as we have a meta that's shifting and people's rotations and playstyles are changing. What is it about your playstyle that you think is working so well on World's Edge that is putting you in these positions?
I think using I'm not sure what to call them, but the rotational beacons, where it scans everyone on the map for a brief period of time. Mm-hmm. I think that is a defining factor in this new meta that maybe not a lot of teams have figured out, but using that to our advantage, we are able to make very good macro decisions because we could see where teams are huddled and where the free space is. And if we could take that free space and abuse what we know when other teams don't, just sets us up for endgame.
Well, it's definitely something that helped you out, especially in how you tackled World's Edge here, but I'm trying to start to sniff out, especially for the rest of our rosters here today as we approach Stormpoint, what the word to the wise is there, especially for, say, a team like FaZe, almost potentially in a situation that might mirror yours yesterday, where we had an explosive start, the remnants of godlike status, and potentially, well, the downfall as well. What could you potentially give over to a team like FaZe right now as potentially some advice before they tackle the second half of our day here?
Just have confidence in yourself and keep playing how you've been playing. Focus on your game and you'll be fine. They've been dominating the first 3 games of World's Edge, and if they can translate that to Stormpoint, it's been an easy win for them today.
Just to follow up on that, Saucer, as well, we noticed 43 points after 2. That's got to be encouraging, but it did slow down after that. 3 of those 4 games were on Stormpoint. Was there something specific about Storm Point that you need to look out for in this meta, or just particularly for you guys that if you look at FaZe, they can improve on and maybe make sure they handle that you weren't able to do in yesterday's game?
The reason why we messed up on Stormpoint mainly was because of a contest at our POI, and I'm not sure if FaZe have the same here. So honestly, have they been practicing in scrims? They already know how to play their POI well, and they just need to execute it.
That's a great point. I mean, and without that contest, man, I mean, you guys might have been off to the races. Obviously, though, great performance. I think you got to be happy with it. The community is happy with it. You are on the radar for sure. We cannot wait to see you all play again. Saucer, it's been great having you. Thank you so much for joining us. And we hope to have you back on the show and hopefully see you play and perform as well as you did yesterday. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Saucer, ladies and gentlemen, from Drug Free. Really, I think the Hypest squad has stole the storylines yesterday with back-to-back wins in a star-studded lobby opening day. That is going to make you pay attention to them. And so young, so humble, well-spoken. Big appreciations to Saucer, who's been playing all over the LGS for many, many years. All right, we got our series results, our standings from the last game, too. Let's take a look at that information, get you caught up in what's going on. BBB. We know they took first place, 21 points. Season as well with 16 points. Complexity in third place with 13. Then LTC Esports FaZe rounding it out with 6 and then 8 points respectively. Some notables, Xset in 9th place, but 8 points. So 6 kills, keeping them in the mix for first place. And on our back half of our top 20, we'll see some teams as well. Familiar had a good game before TSM, top 4. But then obviously in this one, 0 points. So we'll continue to track that story as we always do in North America. Our recent LAN champions and meat lovers, Rise, getting some points on the board there alongside MLS, which is one of our top leading teams. Where does that lead us? Or excuse me, leave us. I guess it works. Lead or leave us. We could do both. FaZe up on top. Dia, they are leading the pack. Xset close behind with BBB, MLS, and Complexity in their rear view mirror.
I've been really impressed, of course, with all of our top squads today, and it sort of goes without saying. However, I do have to highlight the fact that Complexity, after a difficult start, have still made their way here. I'm really enjoying the gameplay out of all of these, but I'm really impressed with SZN and the way that they've been able to navigate this as well. They, alongside Oxygen, are having really consistent games.
Well, I cannot wait to see what happens. Sentinels, Luminosity, TSM, Tripods. I know a lot of fan favorites, a lot of experience on those rosters. A lot of people in the chats, in the comments saying, wake up. Good news is they've got 3 games to do it. We are halfway through the day, but guess what? That means that we also take a little break to remind you that the Challenger Circuit is fast approaching. Your last chance to sign up and maybe have one of those Cinderella stories where you become the star. It is possible. The only way to do it is to actually register. That's the only way you give yourself a chance. It ends on March 22nd. Tournament starts on March 25th. Can be very exciting for all of that to transpire. All right, Zephyr, Dia, what a day we have had so far. It's now time to test the storm. Not the rainstorm. I know a little bit about that. It's Storm Point, and we have to see who can perform. Will they see a contest the way that Drug Free did and slow down the momentum of FaZe and some of these other teams who have been performing so well? Or will we see this be the resurgence of the likes of Luminosity, TSM, Sentinels, and so many others who find themselves in the back half of this lobby? 3 games to go. Let's find out. Send it over to Zephyr and Dia to kick us off.
A lot of curiosity here, Zephyr. I talked about edge teams a little bit, but I want your read as we jump into the first game on Stormpoint. What playstyles are you looking for that have been succeeding over the course of these games today?
Well, it's tough to say here because you've had kind of 2 separate branches of success looking at how teams are starting to address this meta. While, yes, Edge is on the weaker end of things, it can't go without saying that when we look at how Xset has approached some of these last World's Edge games, as well as, say, Furia, albeit they're not the top of the standings, they're still racking up a competitive source of points that, from their transition in Edge, allows them inevitably to find their way on the cusp of Zone and continue to ramp. On the other end of the spectrum, though, every single time I see one of those special moments, whether it be BBB or Complexity, setting up early for these end zones and then coming out against it all, it just goes to show that the God spot, there's a reason we call it that.
Yeah, there certainly is. Those power positions can turn into incredible games. And we've got one of those incredible games coming at you in just a few minutes. We're going to take a short break as our lobby gets reset real quick, and we'll be back with the first game on Stormpoint.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone. As we get set up for the next game, the first one on Stormpoint, it's important to note that with the shift in maps, as you were talking about, Zephyr, does come that shift in play style, and most importantly, a change in expectations and a mental reset for so many of our teams. I was very excited both yesterday and today for Lanimals, and they had some pop-off moments just yesterday on Stormpoint, especially over by Downed Beast. It feels like this is where the team really starts to get aggressive, and that aggression that you talked about, while not always being favored, does have a lot more space to thrive here. So keep your eyes on Lanimals. And Zephyr, what's a squad that you're going to be looking out for?
Ooh, I like that word. It's a reset of the mental, a potential resurgence here. We haven't given them a lot of love, but they've stayed so consistent, albeit their legend selection and their roster is about as unique as it gets. It's none other than meat lovers there. They've been able to at least keep up in the pace within the first 3 games, and I'm curious to see if they can transition to that, to something a little bit more dominant. It always seems that they're on the cusp of greatness, but it's one bad 3v3, one position in zone that just happens to be outside of that 4th or 5th that prevents them from excelling above the rest.
Well, it's time, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 4 is starting up right now, and the second day of this ALGS Super Weekend has finished its halfway point. Now we'll get to see how these teams adapt, and for some of them, in their first jump into the Pro League. I'm thinking specifically of some of our squads that have come up from the Pro League qualifiers, Rise, Inters, and Drop In Gaming, all in their first ALGS matches of the season, where we've seen teams like LTC and TD, who got to warm up a little bit yesterday, actually putting up really consistent performances today.
Now, when it comes to Stormpoint here, the things I want to start to address is how teams are adjusting their meta. We talk a lot about that Bangalore earlier today, and especially some of the maybe slower embers of really addressing where teams should be at. I'm curious, after watching yesterday between groups A and B, if these teams are maybe a little bit more apt towards playing something like that. Remember, currently, when it comes to pick rates, the best of play is still that Catalyst, Seer, Valkyrie, with, yes, Bangalore starting to arrive, but then there's picks like Watson and Horizon that begin to mix themselves in.
And remember that in the morning, we didn't have Digis in the crafter, so a big part of your game plan, if you are running a Bangalore, is going to be scouring the map looking for them. Something that IMC armories and those Assault Legends can really help with, picking up extra attachments for your weapons. So things like Bangalore actually sort of covering for themselves in that way. Now, our first map on Storm Point is going to come likely with some contests. We've seen a few already in our first match day, and it seems like we've got another going on over by Cenote between Complexity and Tripods, while TSM are fighting BBB by Wall.
This is two that we knew were guaranteed to occur before we made our way onto the map here today, and for TSM, they've already started theirs with success. You do not take TSM to Wall. 9 times out of 10, this is a roster that comes out on top in any kind of contest. There's a reason they both control this position and Lava Siphon when we talk about World's Edge here. Now, obviously...
And a big reason...
No, go ahead.
Big reason why TSM shifted back to this POI was because they felt they could take 50-50s on it, more confident that it wasn't a 50-50. It was a 70-30 when TSM were landing here. And with shots like that, you can certainly understand why. Hal's got the confidence to jump on forward and along with reps take down Chaotic Mudge, but it's traded back as BBB do bite the dust, and they were our first squad on Storm Point to do so.
You just don't challenge TSM off drop. That is not a thing you do. Meanwhile, it looks like our other contest is starting to heat up as well here. Tripods versus Complexity have already played to the benefit of Tripods, and while they are looking low on a bit of those resources there, Mercs with his own drop will even this up to a 2v2.
Well, that's the reason you pick up Luda. Luda has got a laser on him, and unfortunately... Not really going to be able to do too much against that is Mercs. However, with the trade back, there is still the opportunity for either team to take this. Without a Seer, it'll be difficult for Tripods. They don't have that ult incoming just yet, but oh, I was hoping he would get out, and yet he does not. Luda slays once more, this time sending him to the gray screen, waiting for the rest of the team to see what they can do. Deed's the only one who can really challenge that height, and it's simply not safe to do so.
Well, at this current point, it is still a balanced fight. Both banners picked up the cards on their belt to potentially get these two members back into it with a big beam on Luda there. That's definitely something that Tripods could potentially work with, but you made good points about the height here, these angles that they're covering. Now, whoa, a big Dark Veil is officially dropped down in response here by Tripods, and I'm curious, with those sight lines blocked, what do you do?
At the moment, we're waiting for that Seer ult to come off cooldown for the side of Complexity, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say it, Zephyr. This contest is taking a while, and while I don't think anybody's going to be walking over to the edge of Circle to try and pick off these two squads in Cenote, it doesn't bode well for either of these teams' rotations later on. Sticking around here is only hurting both squads. Gent's got a sneaky angle right now. See if he can find something off of this, and Deeds is going on the Mondo flank. See if he can find something out here. However, in this spot, I can't help but feel like the squad with the Seer should always come out on top, as they'll have full information on any push.
Oh, I like to bet against the Seer. It makes me happier, okay? Either way there for Tripods, we'll look to see if we can potentially find their success. Obviously, the reason they pull back as far as they do here is to get that double angle on height so that they're not playing the low end, but I mean, we're talking about the exchange of resources in terms of health at this point, down to that final syringe for Gent. It's time to get a move on or potentially finish this one out, because there's no level of survivability that you'll be granted.
Who's going to be the first to craft? That's my big question. And what that flesh damage enough actually is in come the missiles. I'm not seeing the knock just yet, but that would have been big for Tripods.
Tick, tick, tick.
Does have access to that verticality. Let's see how it goes. It is going to be Tripods that end up being the first ones to cave here, trying to go for the crafter. Deeds eats the nade and he shots from above as well, but he trades it out, and Complexity go down.
Complexity are down there, and surprisingly, against it all, on the interior of the building, Gent is allowed to find some syringes on a corpse there, successfully now going for the full recovery. Of course, you got to stick that med kit first before going for the revive there. Another craft coming through will guarantee that they do get the reset here, but this is time, right? This is a ton of time, I will say, wasted here. At this point, when it comes to these further rotations, they have delayed so much of what could be a position in mill or further that would guarantee that they see those end zones in a much more dominant fashion. It will now be a guaranteed uphill battle here from this further moment for Tripods, even though they win that fight.
Certainly will. Xset having put themselves in a position, no wasted time here, right in the dead center of their predicted end zone, should be playing with utmost confidence. They've got the catalyst to make these little valleys all the more difficult to push, and the protection of knowing that in the buildings just off to their north, there should already be squads holding those up. Their biggest threat is going to come, at least for the moment, from the south, in a place like Cenote Cave. Let's see. We're dropping in very few meds, but it is arguably the safest place to res your teammates, because nobody's pushing out here.
Well, it looks like at a certain point there, Deeds full fell as well there. So with that, Revive will now be back in full force and will begin to kind of craft up in their final moments. But with round one on its full close, the next closest location is Cascades. That is so rough for this roster. And yeah, you might be able to maybe head east, craft up a barometer, but this is as punishing as it gets. I have never seen the first zone be this much of a nuisance.
At this point, gravity cannons are your friend. You've got one just off to the north of Cenote Cave that'll take you over to Prowler Island. From Prowler Island over there, and then suddenly you're in zone. With 4 medkits, Tripods should be able to do it, but they're not the only ones that are approaching the ring late. They've got company from the south, and a team like Dig may very well be able to walk through into Cascade Falls or gatekeep at Command Center. The world is their oyster, and for so many of these teams, they've just discovered that it is not, because we are moving on over. We predicted a northern zone. Well, turns out we're going a little more northeast.
Yeah, some teams and some squads caught with their pants down there over on that cliff-sided wall where, yes, this does tend to pull out towards when you see it go that deep towards the edge. Instead, High Point and Thunderwatch much more available for supreme endgame positioning here. And while there's going to be a massive collapse in store for those from that kind of south or even northwest position, I can't help but look towards this kind of Stormcatcher-esque luminosity area where there's much more freedom in store.
Yeah, one of the better positions to manage the rest of the lobby from. FaZe, the only team that is rotating through this area as of yet, and knowing they've got a team on height, there's probably not a whole lot of options for them. With the recent scan, it's not just going to be them that get revealed. FaZe are going to know that there's now a potential sandwich coming in, and I'd be surprised if anybody's pushing Luminosity now. It is just so difficult to move your way up height and make this work.
I'll tell you what, though, there's options, right? FaZe don't particularly know this, but this entire area from Stormcatcher up towards Thunderwatch, because of the wrong read, even though they might not have the best of takes out there towards the east, they are guaranteed at least a nice rotation from south side here in a moment. As, well, it looks like they catch Detox out. I didn't even hear a shot in response, and I'm not quite sure what happened.
That was really unfortunate for Detox. And unfortunately, I suppose, caught trying to scan the ring or make his way out from having picked up that scan.
Maybe.
Either way, missing a member now, as one of our skirmishing squads that was expected to do well on Stormpoint is going to hinder their performance in a pretty big way. Lanimals, another one of those teams, however, that we had our eyes on, and they are looking a lot more comfortable making their way out. No one really around them for now, and ultimately should be able to grab a clutch rotation in towards Command Center and hopefully approach this ring from that south, from that low ground.
The thing that I'm most interested in seeing now, though, is the transition of all of those early predicting teams from the north side. Of course, Land, FaZe, they're going to have so much freedom here completely out in the open. What about those who are trying to go for just as an expedient of a move from farther away, or potentially are being choked out by, well, all these agreements made early on for that real estate?
Level 3.
It's going to be difficult, especially if you are arriving late. Those coming from Stormcatcher, like FaZe, like Rise, and soon like LAN, are going to have to take the few spots that are left to them that they are allowed to have control of. FaZe certainly needing to dip and dive just to get a little bit closer to finally find some cover behind these rocks, but it exposes them to any angles from teams that are also coming up the low ground. So keep your eyes out behind them to see whether FaZe are able to play effectively on the defense, or whether they get caught off guard.
Now, we know a lot of teams like to share Thunderwatch across both sides of it, as well as the low ground as well. Rise here want to take care of things, but remember, we just saw the elimination of Detox, and while FaZe may not know this, they're at a supreme advantage in terms of just direct numbers here. If they can sniff that out at any given point and maybe get an off angle or something to get that first crack going, they should come out on top, and with Seer broken, this might be it.
This just shouldn't be allowed to happen. FaZe should never be able to take this high ground, but an over-aggressive push from Rise allows this to happen. A wall of FaZe's own now means that they have access to positions they never dreamed of before, and most importantly, Zephyr, some of the few that are still in zone. Phony goes down, but A1's following suit leaves them still in a 2 versus 3 in the favor of FaZe. Rise unable to fight anymore. Unfortunately, give up their spot, give up their height, and give FaZe a lifeline.
For how long, though? Obviously, we talk about rotations coming through and playing for the area that the zone presents itself in. For FaZe, it is a successful 3v3, and they are able to recover. You can see that Catalyst defense coming into play here, but it's clear there is another squad coming through from east side, as what looks to be potentially other rosters beginning to falter as well. Banners with big knocks on Sykes there in that kill feed.
We did tease Lanimals coming up from the south earlier. This may very well be them. Luminosity also have plenty of space with which to push up. And FaZe aren't planning on letting anyone take the fight to them. They take the fight to you. Lanimals end up losing 2 as Snipe Down takes the wide swing. And there's a reason why we let Snipe Down play aggressively.
Already here, spying out what I believe is that last member on the back end of the building, dropping down the double ordnance there. Will continue to try to tick out that gold knockdown from afar. Kill feed, mind you, maybe one of the most heated moments potentially of all time. Tripods just wiped out TSM.
That's going to be several Twitch clips. There is so much content coming out of that wipe, and I am sure both squads absolutely fuming. But Tripods very happy with what they've just accomplished, moving their way up from wall. TSM were caught trying to take a long rotation, and it's one they won't get away with, but it's also one that Tripods don't have that much time to execute. 10 seconds left on this ring close, and they have to run straight up this hill. No breaks, no time to heal.
Oh my gosh, FaZe here continuing their source of action. We take one moment to blink and already back towards Thunderwatch. They are on their next further fight, eliminating Luminosity out here. And we talk about why are they able to do this? Why is the freedom allowed? So many of these late rotating squads playing from north angles gives the clarity and access towards wider sweeps, more direct aggression, and the confidence to take what we see out of FaZe right now. Their ramping kills are going to be absolutely huge this game, even though that next pull will force them to move. Oh, they already dropped Clane. SCN suffering as well. Okay, add more to the mix. Why don't we?
That's just classic FaZe right now. They're feeling themselves. They're like, who's pushing us next? Come on. I know you want to.
You know, I play in the practice range as well because they're making most of these squads look like bots. No damage found. FaZe picking them up across the board here.
Tripods.
Fury eliminated tripods from the low ground, trying to assess their own height here. A crack found it. It is up to the namesake himself, Mercs, to finish the job. The minute he peeks the corner, it is none other than Tech and the meat lovers who send them home.
Can I get you some extra meat tripods? Shut down as they tried to move up. But Team Diverge, hearing that, are having none of it. There will be no coexistence. We will not share space with other teams from the PLQ. Team Diverge want to be the squad that emerges from Tier 2 and takes the cake. Meat lovers go down, and so much of this western side of the map has just been completely eliminated. Team Diverge, the last squad standing.
I'll tell you what, for our first match of Storm Point here, it has been messy towards the west, but finally, I feel like we are in a period of respite. Meanwhile, though, FaZe on this rotation and more squads ahead. Let's take a listen in on what might be their next successful fight.
You're good, play
Backing
slow.
up. I have to bat.
I can't.
Phony's way ahead.
You're good. I'm fine.
Okay,
Team on
okay,
ice
okay.
looking.
Yep.
I need to back up.
I'm making sure they're
100%.
not climbing. I'm
I'm backing up because Team on high is gonna look at you, Snipe. Be careful. Back up. Back up, boys. Back up.
Listen,
Yeah.
we might have to Valko.
We just need a Valko. We're gonna have to Valko 100%.
I
I don't
have
my
wall. I
ulti
have
skills no
wall.
more. Okay, that's good. That's fine. Listen, we're gonna look to play this respawn, and we're gonna wall off left, and we're just gonna clear
I
left.
almost killed a guy right here, by the way.
Yeah. Snipe, get over here. We need you for Valko.
Okay.
I think we have to drop
Listen,
like a
just listen to my Valko. Yes.
Yeah.
Come.
Snipe,
Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going.
Right here.
Just
On the
Valko.
right
I'll let
thing,
you know.
the right-
I'll let you know. Just Valko as late as possible.
Wait, just tell me when.
All right.
They're above us.
Go. Alright, what the?
Yeah, I'm done. 180, 140 on that guy.
You're good. I'm gonna get the kill.
Kill him.
Just try and get the
I got
finish.
him, I got him, I got him.
Nice.
I'm dead. Nice.
You're good. I got the kill. What the fuck is that team doing?
Even in the midst of chaos, Zephyr, FaZe do keep it together. That was not a fun Valkylt to take, but as they drop the calls, I'm gonna get the KP. We're gonna get these few additional points. It's what contributes to the consistency of the FaZe roster, and dropping out in 9th, not what they'd imagined, but still an interesting start for FaZe here on Storm Point. Not the worst one, that's for sure. Now Team Enters, they've lost a
Wow.
member as well.
This is a tough zone to play in the end. Notably to the opposite side of that wall, it's usually the height that comes away from Command Center. Out in front of this, completely in the open, it is the remnants of these little exposures, the rocks, the fence line, the Prowler's Nest, that will be the only thing so much of these teams have to work with. Surprisingly, SCS are the one presenting squad that tend to keep themselves in what I will say is a defensive position. These houses, as nice as they have been for the rest of this game, will be an absolute disaster to rotate out from.
Gonna be really tough. Those squads, if you are running Wraith, I'm looking at you, Team Diverge. You'll have the opportunity to make this move that much cleaner than the squads around you. But taking a look at who's already in zone, interesting to note that we've got Drop In Gaming in one of the better spots. A squad that did not have a good time on World's Edge, Zephyr, has perfectly moved themselves into position for this final zone on Storm Point.
It's a good spot for them, but is it something they can defend given the fact that they're pinched directly in the dead center? I'm telling you right now, if you're any team that's going to be playing ahead here, you beg and wish for that Dark Veil to be an effective cooldown for you in the end, to give yourself that little bit of cubby, that space that allows you to survive for that one tick longer. XZ already on top. They're managing the teams in the building, but they're also going to have to worry about LTC potentially from above and everyone else rotating, taking their time. They want to see if they can catch an angle, catch a break on the shields before they move.
Ooh, not as long of a Dark Veil as Nock would have hoped for. It provides meager cover, but what is this Valkyrie? My friends! Sentinels are not going to get away with that! Bo does not get to play Apex Legends today, and Xset pick up that first kill before the rest of the fight explodes. Sykes plays it safe for now, looking for this third party, sits out of bounds for a few seconds before jumping back in. Is he going to be able to make this work? He's gone completely unnoticed for the moment and may very well survive.
He might, but he's gonna have to bide his time. For Team Diverge out here on the angles, they're the next team to potentially be focused on the choke here. Sleepy Panda down, and it's from behind! It is from behind that the damage is laid in. Team Diverge, they're not looking much better as finally some of our squads do begin to eclipse the rocks on the edge. And it's LTC from this height that are making their way forward to finish off Drop in Gaming, but SCS, we talked about it. We discussed the angles that they held. They're in such a good spot right now.
And LTC now as a duo, the last one standing against a roster full of members that have been in Pro League since as long as many can remember. There is no chance. And for those squads coming up from the Challenger circuit, SCS say today is not your day.
A fantastic representation for this squad. We've been looking for the recovery of both Xenox and Crust for quite some time here, especially after the remnants of that last split. And it warms my heart to see them walking away with a win here on our first game of Stormpoint.
And when you look at that, it's a good sign because they've got two more guys. That's just the beginning. And I also can say a little bit of chaos coming into this map. That final rotation from what we saw Xset Sykes do, pulling off, I think, an incredible play. You don't get seen in the Seer Ultimate if you're flying or if you're crawling. So did not get noticed for a long time. Drop stayed extremely still. Went from maybe a 7th place finish easily to a 4th place finish. That's a good move for Xset. And then the story of FaZe and that Skyward Dive. We saw that a couple times here with Skyward Dives not working out for Sentinels, not working out for FaZe. A couple of missed opportunities there, fellas. But overall, what went right for SCS, Diaz? We break down their victory. Synox Crust, old school members of this ALGS scene, getting the job done here in Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, did incredible work, and I cannot say enough good things about the way that SCS approached that end game. But when I think about the mid game, most of the things that went right for SCS were named FaZe. That because that entire side of the map got cleared out of everyone trying to approach from the south. The fact that SCS were sat in Prowler Den looked really good for them because they just watched the hill sort of devolve. Great execution on the end game. The mid game, though, had a little bit of luck.
You know, and Ben, and that happens, right? Sometimes a team does a lot of the work for you and you end up in a good position, but it's still impressive to take advantage of it.
Oh, absolutely. To come out on top of that win is absolutely crucial in effect to what SCS were doing. And we didn't catch it, but they also had to wipe out Inters there before they proceeded as that sole remaining squad from that south side. But I like Dia's point about FaZe, and it's something that we will have to address here shortly, albeit they go down early due to some mismanagement on that Valk ultimate. They picked up so much KP that I would be shocked if they did not finish somewhere close to a top 4 or top 5 position in that game.
Yeah, I mean, they got 12 KP the last I saw when they were going down, plus whatever position they were in. Probably maybe a point for placement, but they're looking at least 13 points, and that typically is a top 4 finish, right? That's essentially what you would get for a top 4. Sometimes you get a win and it's a slow win. SCS, they might have 18 points off a win, 6 kills, 12 points. I mean, so it's not like FaZe didn't do what they needed to do to extend their lead. The one thing, though, going down is they let Xset back in. Xset was 37 points coming into this one or around finishing this. FaZe were in the 51s, and now FaZe going out that early, Xset getting a 4th place, Sykes a couple of extra kills. It starts to make game 5 and 6 that much more interesting. And truly, Xset, to me, the only team right now that is rivaling the powerhouse that is FaZe. We'll see if that continues, though, because that's the big question, Dia. Is Group C going to allow some of their juggernauts to perform and kind of take this over? So far, Group A and FaZe have really been dominant. We're waiting for LG still a little bit, and we're waiting for a few of those teams to really step up. But I think Xset is a team that is always proving consistent. They've done it here today.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with exactly what you're saying, especially about the way that Group A are playing. It's that extra day of games that's really making the difference for them. And then, I mean, it's the exception that proves the rule, right? We have Group C, and, well, everyone is having a varied amount of difficult times. Furia has had their moments, Oxygen's had their moments, and Luminosity and BBB. You're throwing in a top 4 team in the world. Except there are only 3 teams that actually, by the numbers, are better than them, given our recent metrics. And it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone the way that they are playing today's games and the fact that they alone from Group C are able to challenge for some of those top spots.
Absolutely in love with some of the results here from this recent game. Notably, of course, that whole resurgence of FaZe is something that will go down in the history books. But I'll tell you what, this was a nasty start for so many of these rosters to play through on Stormpoint. We aren't talking about it. Yeah, that end zone was just as disgusting to pull through into such an open area. But some of those early decision-making skills were kind of at a loss there, especially down here towards this hill line and the minor kind of nuts out there towards the western side that also exist. We had at least half of our lobby contest for those positions and all face major defeat as a result.
And it's one of the really difficult things about fighting your way up into places like Lightning Rod and High Point as well, that we don't end directly on either of those POIs. Verticality is such a beast, and even thinking about that Valkyl, the claimed Sentinels, just near the end game, there are very few options that you actually have outside of taking a fight that you know you're factually disadvantaged in from the low ground to the high, or Valculting, which risks a lot of your options and honestly puts you in positions that are oftentimes suboptimal without those ring scans that Sauce talked about in the break.
Well, all in all, SES pick up the W, guys. Walking us through Game 4 on Stormpoint. It has gone well for XSET and the likes of SES, LTC, and Drop-In Gaming, our top 4. Team Diverge, though, watch out. 16 points, 12 kills in FaZe, 12 kills, 14 points. I have almost never seen this within our top 3 actually finishing teams. And our top 1 team, it is within the 5th and 8th place that are actually going to be taking the 2nd and 3rd place overall. That is nuts. That's a very rare thing to happen in a game. SES with a 16-point win. Let's go to the second half of it, guys. That was phenomenal from a few teams, which means not a lot of kills to go around on the back half. Tripods getting the most out of it. 11th place, 7 points, not bad at all. TSM with 3, and then almost everyone else besides Lanimals, nothing. Unfortunate stuff. Series results here for 4 leads us to a great situation for FaZe, XSET, Team Diverge. What a game. 16 points puts them right in the mix ahead of LTC Esports. MLS getting 5 points there, a few points there, keeping them in the top 5. Zephyr, what's your takeaway here after 4 in our first game in Stormpoint?
I guess we didn't see it there, but Diverge over on the opposite angle, covering the house line, was so effective in the end. They were the ones who were able to pick up the majority of what was that rotation that we then began to see from teams like Meat Lovers and more, all those who try to eclipse and take the height away. And while they don't truly survive up into that end game, they made it clear. They made a statement. They found the damage where it counted, even if they go down after all of it.
What a moment that we are witnessing here. 2 days in a row of phenomenal Apex Legends action in EMEA and in North America. And if you were watching yesterday, the way North America ended those last 2 games, well, they shocked us all. I guess you don't want to miss any more action today, so you shouldn't. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back with our final 2 games, our final 2 matches of the day and of our opening weekend of the ALGS after this. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got Game 5 on the horizon, Zephyr. You know I'm going to say it. It's our penultimate game of the day. And that means that we have got these teams raring and ready to go, especially after this poll that, as you talked about, was very difficult to play last game. Everybody's going to be hoping for something a little bit more central, but will they actually get it?
Something that I'm curious to see outside of our contest early here will be, can the teams that benefited off of those decisions in the early game find their success later on? Now, notably, that early contest we talk about at Wall, not occurring this time around whatsoever. BBB have already made their move towards the outskirts, or heck, even running into the remnants of SCN. Klein out there towards that eastern side might get taken advantage of. On the opposite angle, though, Complexity and Tripod still within that Cenote K, but Hinter's definitely nearby.
Yeah, throwing this team into the mix, though, it's actually really impacted SZN's game plan. Typically, the squad that it takes North Pad will rotate through that IMC armory as sort of a natural move for them. Now that you've got BBB stuck in the middle here, it's denying SZN loot. It's really hampering their rotation and game plan, and if you aren't rotating through and actually trying to kill BBB, which is a risk in and of itself, you're entering the mid game in a much less powerful position than normally North Pad will actually allow you.
It's a shocking moment to behold, but it's at, well, the decision of not wanting to take it up against one of the best there. TSM now with the full POI in line. Obviously, when we take a look at this particular zone here, I get a little bit of a feeling of both not just that Stormcatcher, but maybe more towards that western side, especially Cascades and anything that exists directly above it.
Sentinels have already made their rotation through High Point completely vacant, so it is that typical move that we'll see from the Sentinels roster, the thing that really put them on the radar just last split of that super early rotate, sometimes suboptimal shields that now puts them hopefully dead in the center of zone. In the meantime, SZN have finished looting up here, and we'll see what they do next. We talked about their rotation maybe being hampered. Are they going to try and take this fight? Is it too late? We'll find out, as BBB surely lie ahead of them.
Now, thankfully for SCN, even if they don't get into this fight and they want to start prepping for this next zone ahead, there's a lot of space that they will have first dibs on. I'm curious to see if some of the height that exists directly outside of the choke that comes from Command Center will be in play. But as of right now, with this freedom on the Trident, I mean, doesn't seem like anybody's here yet. They're good to go. They get first dibs.
Center of the map just totally empty right now, and since they've got the next zone scan as well, should be easy pickings as to what they want to play next. The building ahead of them actually looking really nice if they want to try and control some high ground and make use of the marksman weapons that they picked up early in the game. Try and farm up some of those evos and maybe pick off some attachments as well. It depends on whether SCN are feeling more confident with their zone or more edge play style. If they want to take some fights, there's no reason why you don't go down to the south, where evidently we've already got folks.
I like this. Keeping this high ground angle from this position above will guarantee that if there is a squad that presents themselves, SCN have easy rotations to finish the job. But just as I say that, they turn right round and head back up towards that original building, potentially a call to give them the stability that should be end game play. For Team Diverge, it's a thankful situation for them. One less squad to worry about who could have potentially punished you.
Everybody pushing into the dead center of the map. Team Diverge's position, not particularly an enviable one, but neither is MLS's, as FaZe take them down. The third party incoming as Crypto ult does pile in, but I heard you appreciate it, and I gotta say, so do I, Zephyr. This wall is perfection.
This is good. This is maybe one of the few spots on the map where you quite literally have a perfect sized rotation with a wall that exists almost perfectly in that straight vertical there to give you coverage. For FaZe, it's just a moment to reset. We don't even know if the full squad is as close as they were. For them, though, it's all they needed. Back on the outside here, snipe down on the rest of this crew, regrouping up, but not quite catering towards any further position. Obviously, when we talk about these stairways, they are good. They do exist for a long term when we talk about Stormcatcher endings, but I much prefer direct height or the buildings themselves.
I can understand it for sure. Especially when you are sitting in a position like this. There is a lot of RNG that can affect your game with other squads just deciding to push you. You're not going to see anybody in these rooms through a Valkyrie ult, and you go in a little late, you likely have to face off against FaZe, which might not go their way. However, as a group, FaZe have been performing super well so far, and it's likely giving them a lot of confidence to be able to take these positions and say, you know what, if a team does push us, we're ready, just like we were over by Thunder Watch just last game.
Team Diverge here with what looks to be much more freedom than what we saw in the early game, slowly starting to work their way back. They still have the opportunity for Spider's Choke, but can send themselves all the way down towards Waterfall for that next rotation forward. Something that is synonymous no matter the way they play us out is it is going to be a low ground push. Now granted, building in play and potentially with Zipline, they can make some expedient rotations. But remember, this is not a squad on the Valkyrie, right? We talk about where your Wraith can walk, the distance that they can cover directly. This is something that might become Diverge's problem, even though they just come off of one of the best games of our entire match.
I've got to agree here, and especially when you're dealing with verticality like this, it may not be as bad as it is over by High Point or Lightning Rod, but Wraith walking is pretty darn telegraphed. We'll see what they can make do with over there as Oxygen set themselves up, hopefully looking to hold down this height, much like we saw earlier today from teams like E6. Oxygen do have a great wave to play this out, and with something like a Valkyrie as well, plenty of safety if they need to relocate a little bit later on. They can play this pseudo edge guarding style.
Yeah, and given the fact that most teams going into the zone are likely to be catering more towards that north side, it doesn't come with the caveat of it being Lagoon, which can be just a little bit more difficult to tackle. Meanwhile, for Xset, just ahead of FaZe where they presented themselves in that stairway, they themselves are covering the height we just discussed here, with Lagoon in their sightlines all the way down to the site, and also what could be Diverge if they rotate through Spider's Choke.
Yeah, pretty common place for the zone to end as well. Xset have set up here early on, and well, I'm not sure what their zone read is and where they're thinking that things will end up. I'm inclined to say that they're trying to position around the edge of the map and farm up from there. This charge rifle putting in overtime right now, taking the first knock out of Team Inter's, something that is looking unrecoverable right now. The rest of the team doesn't even seem interested in getting Jet back into the game.
And this is a fight that Xset could very easily take, not given the fact that, they have this high ground position, but it's more than likely primarily secluded, and teams that are on height aren't going to be willing to just drop down just to potentially clean this one up there. Now, granted, it does look like we do have a third squad in the mix, and it's none other than Luminosity as we see those double exhibits down. So that's going to prevent Xset from moving forward, but it does allow Luminosity to pick up some of the kills provided.
Finally, Jet does get full thirsted, but Luminosity, they're answering right back with plenty of damage. They haven't got a great angle onto Xset since Sykes holds that fence line up top, but you get one shield crack, especially on Sykes, and all of a sudden things start to open up. Smoke going to make this a little bit more difficult, but Luminosity with the digis, fear not.
It's tough to say. Obviously, putting yourself on the east lift would be at least a good decision. It's only a little bit worse than that west lift on the opposite side of Stormcatcher there, but for now, I mean, they don't have to, right? This is a team that understands that you still have to worry about late rotating squads coming through south side, so putting yourself all the way up there isn't your primary objective, especially when you've already gotten the read on Inters only moments before.
Plenty of space, plenty of time in a lobby like this, and Luminosity, I think much like FaZe, are taking a more passive approach to this game. Everyone's setting themselves up and saying, we'll let the game come to us since we believe that we can defend our position. Luminosity have enough space, Xset do, FaZe feel comfortable, and LTC and their building just off to the northwest. They have been there since the game began, Zephyr. As soon as the map closed on our first drop LTC, we're there, and they are still chilling, waiting for other teams to push up, waiting to punish an overzealous squad.
And it's a fantastic spot, especially if the zone finishes there, which it can easily, and we have seen it do before. I look towards this north side, though, where we have Lanimals, Furia, TSM, and BBB, who just made their way in from zone. It's guaranteed that northern positions are lost out here, and while I prefer Furia's angle a little bit better, if they can transition off of that kind of Thunder Watch-esque height, from Command Center, this is a rough excursion to take, whether you're any one of these three squads, and potentially complexity if they come up through the same direction.
That it is. Taking a look over at the eastern side of the map, Sentinels and Rise right next to each other. This next ring close is going to say a lot about Sentinels' ability to predict ring in this season of Apex Legends, and about what Rise are trying to do here. Are they also trying to predict and play a little bit more of a zone style to give themselves a better chance at making it through into the end game? We'll see what ends up happening, as for the moment, zone close is yet to reveal the next bit of data to us.
Might be a minor mistake underway here. We're going to have to take some time, pull it back to the desk for the time being, and potentially restart that one.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening, and production's going to update us, but with the map and with the scene set as it is, you and I were talking about this, Zephyr, we're seeing a lot of teams sort of hunker down, and a big part of that is because, as you illustrated, Zone can pull over to LTC, and in this particular case, things like Valkyrie are getting quite a lot of value.
It's going to be interesting to see whether this one caters directly towards Stormcatcher, where we have a lot of teams in the presence of directly that POI, the buildings that you started to discuss with Sentinels and Rise out there towards the east, and then of course LTC, where those will be your dominant god spots, or what we do see sometimes happen, where we get to see that zone-esque split, where things pull off of Stormcatcher, and the height is still very, very effective, but a necessary enforced drop occurs, and then that's when we start to bring in and discuss teams like Xset, Luminosity, even though at a weakness from that low ground, will be in those endgame fights.
Now, I wanted to take a second and sort of bring in this third perspective, because it's just us sitting here talking, but I know that Rain has been watching so far. So, Rain Day, welcome back. Welcome back to the big show here. What are you seeing so far?
Guys, I'm going to be completely honest. We have a little break when you guys go and you cast. That was the time I was not watching. I came back to help you guys fill this space.
No worries.
I'm just going to let you know it is what it is. Us casters, we're humans too. We take a little time off when we can, but I do want to kind of set the tone while we're waiting for us to get back in the game as well. I think this is a good chance for us to talk a little bit about meta, or at least focus on some of the things that you guys want to kind of parrot or highlight here heading into the last two games. I mean, we saw tremendous moments from Dark Zero. We know that's the case, but what we also saw with these winning teams was a lot of utilization of a clear, distinct meta that they believe is working. In this NA bracket, and I'm not just going to TSM, there's been a lot of teams who have switched and have tried different things. They've gone for Valkyrie, Seer, and they've gone for Catalyst. Some people have decided against the Valkyrie. They've gone for Bang, Seer, and Catalyst. I want to get both of your perspectives here. What has worked better so far for you? Because you're giving up things with different legends, and you're also talking about different class passives too. And I have a strong opinion on what's better, the assault class or the skirmisher class in terms of a passive, but I want to hear from you, Dia, in terms of if there's a trio you're preferring in terms of composition.
I mean, I've got to say that, first of all, difficult decision. I really like assault characters, and I think Bangalore's providing a lot of value right now.
Yeah.
And it's not even just because she's an assault character. It's because she's an assault character that also can deny so much space in ways that others really can't. You see people play things like Revenant and Fuse, and those are very good and they're very niche, but you see something like Bangalore, and she can take up areas in the map. She can play defensively. She can cover with her ultimate and smokes, plenty of opportunity for your team to rotate. So a lot of value from this side of the table for Bangalore's. I don't know how you're feeling though, Zephyr.
Okay, I just have to follow up on that because I don't care. I'm not here to pick something else. I'm just going to reiterate with Bangalore because I think it's important. And especially, it leaves so many questions on the minds of practically everybody right now because we're still in the midst of a Seer meta. So a scan-based legend, but we're seeing the strength of Bangalore. Somewhere there's a little bit of a disconnect, and we have to figure out why. Where is that value coming from? And Dia begins to highlight it, and I love to talk about this, and it's something I've defended multiple times. Bang is such a good initiator in not only creating space, but creating space at a distance. And that's what makes her so good. When we talk about these transition points and these long rotations that become necessary, Seer is available for those end games. Don't get me wrong, and that's where this starts to become a problem. But when we're talking early to mid game and even some of those fleeting transitions to our final zones, Bangalore, whether it be creating extra angles by blocking off others with the smoke or just covering the butts of your team by giving you that nice little slippery slope, can be so good even before you get into that 30 to 50 meter range where Seer begins to get a little bit effective.
I like that point. I mean, both of you bring up the Bangalore value. I'm leaning completely towards that, not just for the fact that Bangalore brings a lot, and I credit this to Shiv. I think people took exception to Bangalore being a competitive meta in the competitive legend in the ALGS. Shiv really pioneered that with his squad, and placing third place in split playoffs about a year ago really opened people's eyes as to the value. Now it's almost a guarantee, especially with Storm Point in the mix. But you're talking about presence, and it's not just the presence of the smoke on you, it's the smoke from afar. A lot of our viewers know this already, but it's nice to see also the assault class passive, giving you those 4 optics, smart loot optics as well, understanding what weapons you're running. Tiff mentioned it the other day. I think 23 weapons take a digi threat, and that's such a crucial element of something you need with the Bangalore. You're getting it easier because of that passive too. Plus the extra ammo. It's nothing to, kind of turn your nose at. I think there's something very valuable about Bangalore, even more so this season. Excited to see that as well. I don't know about Aurora's comp. They had Ash and Fuse. I don't even know if we have time to get into that, guys, because I'm just saying it didn't work today, but there's a theory craft going on. We're going to leave that to Reddit. We're going to leave that to the Twitter comments. We're going to leave that to some YouTube videos a little bit later. But let's get into, I think, XSET, because we have really a wrap-up of the team that has a chance to contend phase. You look at what was going to be the standout in Group C. A lot of us, I mean, Dia, I said LG. Ben, you talked about LG. It's been XSET, though, for sure, that has made the biggest statement from Group C today and introducing themselves into the Pro League.
Yeah. Well, we could just start off by saying you were right. Just one to watch there. Congratulations in that regard. I'm always happy to see it. But yes, XSET have done a great job, and I like to see this, especially from the fact that just before we were getting into some of our Storm Point games, we were addressing this kind of edge playstyle that exists within this roster more so than what we have seen in the past. And it's allowing this team who is confident between both Nocturnal, Fun, and Sykes, who can frag out when it counts, to be able to pick up the kills that give them their impressions, even though they may not be finding their way directly towards the zone.
I mean, when you talk about performances too, let's even head back over to last year, the way that they were able to be a contender in the main stage when it came to the finals of showing up and being effective. I think you look at 12th place, you see the adjustments now going into split 1, 4th place. Feels like they're only on the up and up, getting more experience, Dia, and being able to be more connected to what this meta is. I like the idea of Hotsick also, and a team like this, so smart, so known for their coaching, their group conversation, in a meta that isn't established yet. And I think that's kind of what's exciting. Feels like even more of an opportunity than usual for them to get ahead of the curve. Certainly have the opportunity here in Games 5 and Game 6 as we are loading the lobby back up. Thank you so much for your patience to definitely challenge FaZe up at the top. But we'll see. They got to do it again. I think the lobby is getting ready. So I'm going to go back on break. I will see you guys after this game. Enjoy the rest of this cast, and let's see what can happen as Game 5 goes underway.
All right, here we go. Jumping into the 5th match of the day. Once again, this is a lobby restart, and the slate is wiped clean temporarily for these teams. It's a reality of what they're dealing with and of the way that they're going to have to adapt here. Now, given the fact that this is going relatively central once again, not a whole lot of things have changed, but I'm noticing one big swap up, Zephyr. Take a look at Wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to mistake. It's hard to forget here. TSM not in a position to either contest or just take away the POI that they have laid stake and claim to for such a long time. And we saw this from BBB in the where they landed out there towards that IMC armory before, but this time around it's TSM who are forced to do so. I'd be massively curious why that occurred, and maybe potentially in the future we could take a look back deeper. But for now, tripods and complexity, this is a tale as old as time, and once again it's reoccurring.
Now they've got opportunity to redo this once again, like we saw highlighted in the intermission with the tweets that we're featuring in our breaks. Tripods playing the mental game here, saying, hey, complexity, you want to stick around here? You're going to lose time. You're going to lose weapons. You're going to lose rotations. And we are going to do it all day long, constantly opting in to trying to claim our POI. So we'll see how Complexity react. For the moment, Skullpiercer on the 30-30. Pretty nice way to rack up hit KP real quick, especially when the shields are low. But no purchase found for Monsoon. Means that we're waiting once again to see when these teams choose to re-engage and poke at each other from a distance. Tripods may very well choose to move away, or at least, you know, I'm not on tripods. It's what I would do, but I'm not them.
You're no Nick Merckx here to command this roster, but even if you were, it doesn't seem like they're going to walk away anytime soon. Dia, you can see Gent continuing to extend further and further. It's only the remnants of Deeds who continues to loot out that north side of Cenote before what might be their regroup to continue this fight out, or potentially something else. LTC, though, they're finding success where it counts here. Back in an area we'll find similar towards northern sides. Rambo down from Sentinels already right off the bat. And with this high ground position from McLovin, I mean, it's a perfect recipe for success.
I got the chance to talk to Not Daniel just before their games coming into today, and a big thing that he had brought up about the squad was the pure amount of passion that they've got in their comms. LTC are a team that truly want to succeed at the top level. They VOD review, they do their homework on teams like Exet, TSM, and Ascend that they specifically called out as being big inspirations for them, not only in their rotations, but in the way that they communicate with each other. It takes a special kind of squad to take a chunk out of Sentinels, to send them on the run, and now LTC get to sit safe inside the IMC, while Sentinels on the outside fall apart.
TSM are more than happy to take advantage of that one. And granted, that final kill doesn't work out their way. Designful picking it up from that opposite end. But for them, this is hopefully a game of resurgence. We talk about north side pulls, and I'm going to bring up something I've been waiting to bring up for a long time, Dia. Those buildings directly out towards the west, I'm coining it here and now on the ALGS broadcast. I like to call them hot dog buildings. We got the two buns on the outside and my deformed hot dog in the middle. So many of these rosters, when we see this zone carry its way up towards this northwest, will sometimes begin to present themselves directly within that particular space. TSM haven't done so yet because they may have the sniffage on BBB for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they may work their way back into it if they believe this zone is going to cater its way this deep.
Hell, one of the most aggressive Catalysts I have ever seen, walking all the way across that open ground. As Catalyst, yeah, you've got a decent amount of safety, but I don't know. TSM feeling a little antsy in this game. They do actually take one of the buns of the hot dog for themselves, and I will acknowledge, Zephyr, I'll call it a hot dog, as long as we do acknowledge, as you did, that it is horridly misshapen. We need to get you to, like, a good barbecue.
I'm from Texas, man. I understand a good barbecue, okay?
I don't think you do.
Don't come at me with that. All right? That is sacrilegious, okay?
I'm scared for you. I don't know. We'll see. I'll come down. We'll try a little bit of it ourselves. But I see any hot dogs that look like that, and I am out. I am on the first flight back to Canada.
I'll tell you what here. It's a position that hopefully everyone will be taking flight to find their way into. For Lanimals right now, I almost thought they were going to go for a redeploy, but instead, they're just going to be catching some right in front of themselves here. Might be sending it forward, but got to pay the respects. A squad below, and with beams like that, that is the go-ahead. MLS are down 1.
There's a reason why we consider Albra lately one of the greats, and it's absolutely shots like that. A big opening knock, and with the first member of MLS down, we'll see if Lanimals can actually find a little bit more purchase in this lobby. That is such a bad way to go.
Yeah, amazing presence by Abralele there to find that angle and get that knock in the seconds necessary to do so. Now, granted, MLS very likely to put themselves back up on that height. I'm surprised that we see the full Lanimals roster drop down. Could have maybe even potentially picked up some more KP. Either way, it doesn't matter. They're the ones that come out even in their minor bits of success. For Furia here, this is a team that started off today, I'll say a little bit stronger, but have been looking for their footing when we talk about Storm Point.
That they have, and from up here you do have access to one of the most powerful Valkyrie ults in the game. So if you're looking for footing, if you're looking for those god spots that you talked about just before we got into our games on Storm Point, Zephyr, I have to say the rotation over from the command center outpost by the gravity cannon is second to none, and it can put you dead center of almost any zone in the map. But for this one in particular, we're getting crowded, and we are going straight towards a lot of open ground. We've got most squads already with the best positions that you're going to get, and the rest of them playing way outside, sometimes deep in the zone as Tripods and Team Inters both rotating through over by Mill. Complexity still making their way in.
Shocked to see them taking their time this long here, especially for a squad like Inters, who definitely has a little bit more of a catered rotation coming through from Mill. But we get that nice next zone that comes through here, and sadly, we are going to be pulling away from the northwest, and this one more directly towards a very familiar ending on the outskirts of Cascade.
Furia should have been able to pick up that scan knowing that their rotation in was clear for that Valkyrie. Just as Saucer talked about in the halftime, you want to make sure we know where everyone is, and then we are landing somewhere safe. It may not be the best position, but it does technically carry them into the next zone and allow Furia to potentially gatekeep squads that would try and rotate around through wall. A team like perhaps BBB that doesn't want to push through everyone else. The Lanimals, who last we saw taken chunks out of MLS, have set themselves up just a few feet away from where we last saw them claim their prize and ready to go. They are looking for their next engagement. Just takes one more knock like that from Abralele or not even Lou to open things up. And that's the most terrifying part about Lanimals. It's that any of them can go off at any moment.
TSM here on the opposite sides of zone into a differing site of chokes here. Have been playing out this particular angle, and with that exhibit down shows me that maybe they're not in the best of situations here. Waiting the time out, crouching through the scans here. Finally, they're going to be able to peek the edges of the boxes, but even from behind, you see that charge rifle, which is nothing more but then a just violent nuisance.
Instant catwall. Gonna make sure that you don't get pushed around this angle. And plenty of space bought by TSM in the meanwhile to poke over at this, as now they don't have to worry about the charge rifles that would otherwise be going straight into their backs. With a bang ult coming in over top of them though, there's very little safe space to play. And Hal manages to find a position where they no longer have to worry about those missiles. Down to cooldown. TSM have expended just a little bit to make sure that they stay active in this zone. Verhulst, stop, please. That's not cool.
I'm more than happy to see it, especially if it's holding back squads that allows reps to find knocks on Bird ahead here. Now, granted, I don't know if they get resets, but Xset on the other side of this are making sure that Sleepy Panda is finding his end as well. TSM, they pull back. They understand that they are in what will be a gatekeeping position. They have to deal with the north side here first before they make any moves ahead. Remember, I mean, without a Valk, without a Wraith, playing through with that Horizon once again, it is a limited space you're allowed to cover when you need to move forward, especially without a Dark Veil.
And I like that TSM are playing here and playing aggressively as well. They're in the rotation path of a lot of squads that'll hopefully let them use the Valkyrie in ways that they haven't before. Aggressively, to finish off those kills, to start those fights that Luminosity have definitely found themselves in. That's the first knock onto FaZe. Snipe down falls first, but on the high ground, Luminosity do get forced back. In comes the Skynade. We'll see if it finds Purchase, and it does not. Letting Luminosity slowly climb their way back up, but at the behest of FaZe, who instantly get beamed. Phony dropped as well. Luminosity, with just one member left, don't even have to touch him, as in come the Meat Lovers to finish off FaZe.
I don't think they were expecting the climb like that from Yanya, but for the Meat Lovers, now they want to seal the deal. A portal's expended here, but they'll find their knocks where they count. From behind, though, Nizel will pick up some damage here. A 1v2 situation, and from behind the knockdown shield, they'll send Luminosity home.
A very well executed third party, but Meat Lovers are far from safe. Haven't even gotten the banner just yet, and they're allowing Complexity to push them back. And yet, Complexity not interested in taking that space either. Prioritizing the zone may very well give Meat Lovers an entryway back into this and a chance to respawn their fallen comrade.
It'll be tough here. We talk about potentially mobile respawns or maybe even some of the remnants. It is very particularly late, though, Dia. Meanwhile, south of Cascades, Tripods, we talk about late. A rotating squad coming in here, just barely starting to eclipse the next portion of that zone. I think I like this, to put yourself potentially past what will be a height you have to play into. Hopefully there's a building in store for this team to potentially defend with that catalyst.
Yeah, looking for anything that you can play right now. Big building is actually going to be one of the safer ones, as you can effectively share this building for a few moments. And even so, Tripods don't find themselves with anyone next door. For Furia, however, the predicted rotation that we called out earlier from BBB has really come into effect. They didn't want to push through TSM, and now they have to go through Furia. Not an enviable position as one of the other best team fighting squads in North America. One of those teams that we had highlighted at the beginning of the day who should be thriving in the new meta now get their chance to shine. Watson takes a nice bit of damage, does pop back, but Panders continues to fry, picking up plenty of damage on a rogue Wraith before they pop back into the void. Furia stabilize out here, throw up a wall, and plan their next move, but the fight is coming.
It might be a fight there, but it's definitely got to be potentially just something that they need to say whatever to. The zone might just take care of it. No more portal in store here for BBB means it's just directly through the choke. And Furia, well, they've got height, yeah. They've got height in spades down in the deeps here. BBB on the slow rotation, while they won't be rotating towards where we just saw Furia, it's right ahead of a squad we just saw.
And they're not getting punished for this because Furia have chosen to Valk ult instead. Not prioritizing the KP, instead looking for a position in zone, which should be very few and far between, Zephyr. Even a spot like this, very risky. Pander's 25 HP, may not even make it to the ground, and as they touch down, instant smoke from Watson to allow the rest of the team to heal up, giving us that Bangalore value that we talked about in between resets.
I'm surprised to see that Panders is allowed this kind of reset. You'd have to wonder or think if anybody is playing up on that height, just on the outskirts of where you see that respawn beacon, they would be in the prime angle to lay in the damage. Meanwhile, though, SCS are literally right here, foots away from Furia, hugging the outskirts of their building.
An excellent position and a team that we already know can navigate dangerous end-game fights. Do have to play their cards close to their chest here. Pushing out onto Furia likely results in a trade of at least 1 kill. And with so many squads in the area, that's a risk that many teams simply will not afford or expect to take. Furia aren't too interested in fighting this out either, preferring to share space, preferring to collaborate with SCS and keep them both alive.
I don't know about that. At the end of the day here, SCS, maybe they're just looking for one good opportunity, one good peek through the crack to lay in the damage there. You see it in full view from the outside of that wall there. It doesn't bring anyone from Furia down, but it is so punishing, and it just goes to show how dangerous this position for Furia truly is. Now, granted, they might survive some of these northern rotations as we see Team Diverge, who are just coming from the same area, fall. But I can't imagine endgame will be looking good for this team unless they take some fights.
We get to jump back in with Xset, however, who on this low ground in the middle of the open have gone unpunished. They picked up a few kills, played their game silently but confidently, and are waiting for the rest of the lobby to come to them into these positions where there's just simply not a lot of cover to play around. Xset have got plenty of range here and ultimately are finding some decent damage, as Rise unfortunately will not be making it into our top 10. Inters neither, both taken down.
For Xset here, they've gotten themselves at least some extra spacing to work with. You can already see Fun starting to set up what will be their next position, but they need to make sure, especially as they look towards some of those buildings on the opposite side of the Cascade wall, as they provide damage. But no, turn right round back towards where we saw TSM. They know for a fact with this north rotation, they might be able to put some damage down.
There goes the Catalyst wall. See if any ordinances can find purchase through this. It's not looking likely. There's so much extra space. A little bit of damage does tickle TSM on the other side of this, but the challenge here is to let TSM find effective cover on the other side. They appear to have done so with a few rocks out in the open, and they're right towards this zone. The big problem is that TSM are unable to clear their backs. Everyone who's going to be challenging this squad is coming out of Cascade and are currently safe in buildings. We'll have to see how TSM navigate this, because with no catalyst wall available just yet, they're going to have to deal with so many teams coming from Cascade that it would take out even the best of the world.
And right there, the scan coming through, it immediately shows that TSM are very much not safe here. Clearly spied out, and what I can only assume is Xset from across, and what I can only worry about might be LTC and so many, like you said, of these other Cascade squads. For Furia, we talked about the spot surviving, but this is where you truly get to see how punishing it is. Double drops down for SCS. They're more than feeling confident to start peeking on the outside, knowing that they have good numbers advantage and need to start making it happen.
Furia are just in shambles below them as well. SCS notably still not dropping, not taking the risk of a third party, but using this pressure that they've got inherently. Until Furia bite the dust, there are 2 squads here, and nobody's going to just walk up on that willy-nilly. We do have Rez going off just below them, and SCS, if anything, now would be their time to drop. Here they go, looking for the punish on that pickup. And with a full thirst Zera, they weren't able to get the follow-up knock.
Either way, while Furia may run for the hills there, SCS needs to start planning what this next rotation holds in store for them. They lose out on not just this current building, the one ahead, and straight out into the open where just maybe, if they come in late enough, they can play through with height.
Xset.
Meanwhile, for TSM on the opposite side, Xset's pushing.
They're just forcing TSM out into the open. Verholst has a good instinct with the Horizon ultimate, but there are too many angles open on TSM. Taking to the sky, he's going to use it in the opposite direction, exposing all of TSM to the fire from Xset, unchallenged as they come from behind. That's going to be TSM taken down to, I believe, just a solo as Tripods and Meat Lovers go down simultaneously. Verholst is still finding knocks. He is still going on, but Xset on the opposite side of the cat wall, take no prisoners, pop over and wipe down TSM. Rotating out, the job is done. Xset have eliminated their biggest threat.
For them right now, it's setting up into a position they can defend from, but for Oxygen, it's looking towards Land, who's coming through from Cascades. A double knock found almost just generally secures that. It is all said and done here for Oxygen. They themselves, with their own Cascade wall, are able to create the space that blocks off that X-set sight lines. But when we talk about end games here, they are coming from the low. X-set from above will be so dangerous.
Only 3 teams left. We'll see what Oxygen can do. They're navigating off the low ground, but they have the zone coming directly to them. Able to play effectively on the defense. Could turn this game around for them and put them right up near the top of the leaderboards, closer than they already were. But X-set have already demonstrated an incredible amount of aggression this game. That is going to be the biggest problem for our Oxygen roster.
Oxygen trying to create angles there. You can see Zenile is left on the backside, and it's almost immediately that we see it capitalized on by X-set. Crust, of course, finished off, brings it back down to a straight 3v3. Like you said, Sykes trying to take that mid-range high ground, is able to find a bit of damage, but they are still fighting around. Look at the flank, though.
Almost finds necessary damage there. Enemy goes for the wide swing, picks up some good damage on Nocturnal, and now Oxygen full send it forward. They've got high ground, but it's a trade of a 1-4-1. Oxygen no longer in the driver's seat as Sykes trades another 50 flesh left on Oxygen, and X-set, just in the nick of time, find themselves a win. It was close, but this is one of the best teams in the world, and you cannot challenge X-set.
I love the fact that we discussed this roster before we approached Game 5. It almost felt like we were biding our time to see them pick up another win here in the remnants of Stormpoint and North America as a whole.
You proud of yourself, Randy?
I am. I'm very proud of myself. Thank you. My parents are proud. My grandparents are proud. Everybody's proud. My whole circle, they're very proud.
That's good. Me too.
And you guys are proud of me, I'm sure, right?
Yes, of course. We celebrate your victories.
Okay, good. I'm just checking. Otherwise, we would have had to figure out Game 6. I might have stepped in there. No, you guys are casting. It's been phenomenal. One more game, and we get to see how this unfolds. And we're setting up for a showstopper. 2 heavyweight fights. Holyfield, Tyson. You got Ali in here. It's literally X-set FaZe going back to back, showcasing exactly how big their firepower is in this lobby. But X-set putting on a clinic. I would never bet against fun FPS in a situation like this, Dia. And clearly they got the job done. Despite, I think Oxygen Esports having a moment, they could have turned that around. They had high ground for a bit. I think actually Enemy got a little too overly aggressive there, sliding down, giving up his angle and going down first. But I don't know what your guys' takeaway was from that final moment. Either way, Oxygen Esports also putting themselves in a decent position heading into Game 6 to get some points here.
That they certainly did. I really liked how Oxygen survived that. And while X-set approached the final circle with this real calculation, they said, TSM's our biggest threat. There go TSM. We're going to play the outside. Nobody's going to touch us. Oxygen had to fight through chaos. And emerging from Cascade as a full roster, the last squad standing, that's almost as impressive as winning the whole thing.
And you're right, X-set. The moment coming up as we take a look at what happened in this game. Zephyr, I want you to walk me through the beginning, but also touch on the end there where X-set and TSM, they had to go through TSM. They did so well. We saw the Horizon ultimate not quite work out for Verholz. Was it a miscommunication? Was it trying to make the best out of a bad situation? We don't know. We weren't listening to the comms, but either way, it was X-set who played spoiler to TSM's hopes there.
Absolutely, and it's that early setup towards that northern side where we could see right here between TSM where they were having to gatekeep BBB early on. Just behind them, albeit we never really showcased it, X-set were set up on the opposite side of that choke, covering so many of these excellent angles to cover north side and start cleaning up one roster after another. And while yes, TSM were inevitably able to sneak their way through and slip into a position, X-set, who had laid stake and claim from the very get-go, had the dominant factors that allowed them to win.
And that's just taking advantage of a well-laid plan and a coordinated team. X-set are firing on all cylinders. TSM changing legends, trying to figure it out, still introducing the Horizon. I think this is definitely 2 teams maybe at different stages of their understanding of the meta, or maybe just their commitment to certain team compositions. I certainly feel there's no slowing down Xset whatsoever. SCS, they were in the mix, but again, this was that flank that would happen. Land, they had a moment too. You thought, could they be involved? All these teams end up dropping. It goes into a final two. This is where Enemy goes down. I thought he might have overcommitted. It ends up being a really big showcase, though, from Fun. Talk about anchoring the squad in this fight. Turns the corner, pops out with the R99 as the premier SMG. Not even close. 46,000, I believe you had said, Zephyr, compared to 43,000 compared to 26 overall in terms of these games so far. And that just shows you how dominant it has been. And in the hands of Fun, it's put Xset in an even better position. First place, I'm sure, in this game. First place overall, I'm pretty sure as well. TSM 5th, Lanimals 4th, SCS 3rd, Oxygen Esports taking that second place, as you saw. Shout out to Meat Lovers, though, getting 7 kills in that moment, grabbing 10 points. And a nice game from Tripods. Nothing too special, but 7 points is nothing to laugh at either. On the back half, Zephyr, though, some teams coming in needing some desperation here in Game 6.
Yeah, especially as we look towards teams that are still trying to really make good on how they rotate out from their early game. We talk about the edges of the map here when we look towards BBB, Complexity, Luminosity, some of the latest rotations. And yes, we have to bring it up. The earliest of drops from FaZe, where they take that toe-in-toe against LG, something that is especially punishing when you realize, he said early, we got this heavyweight match coming up into Game 6.
Yeah, FaZe, LG, I mean, you can see when you're dropping a couple of zeros here, how things start to even up. This is kind of what happened in terms of Drug Free. And we were talking to Saucerer earlier on in the show at halftime, and he said as long as FaZe, don't kind of get these duds, these games that don't go right for them, well, you can see right there, it did happen. So something about Storm Point, people still working both maps, trying to get the same level of efficacy as they had in the original 3 on World's Edge. Let's take it over to the series standings, though. After 5, here is where we are. Xset now make that lead that much clearer. But hey, they won the game. FaZe got 0 points. I mean, I think that kind of tells the story right there, why they have given themselves a bit of cushion. But Dia, you could tell it's really a 2-team race for first place. But in terms of third and in terms of basically third, I would say that there are at least 10 teams in the mix, all the way down to maybe Complexity, that could have a chance of shooting themselves all the way up into the third position if they have a banger game here and win in Game 6.
And what's really interesting about that, Rain Day, is that these points, the 65 points, 52, at the end of the day, nobody's going to remember these numbers. What they're going to matter is what place you finished in. So bumping yourself up to third in terms of league standings gets you so much more, no matter how close it was. This last game, whether you slot yourself into third by 1 point or 20, it doesn't matter as long as you can eke out these small advantages. So I'm expecting teams, especially those stuck in the middle, to play a lot more conservatively as we do get into into this last game, because those placement points that tick in around 15th really start to matter.
Zephyr, we talk about ones to watch at the start of the show. What's your one to watch? The team you're most focused on here in Game 6 heading into it?
I have to say, it would be a blessing to not just see this roster from FaZe find a decent start on day 1, but to come out on top of it all, to show that these changes were crucial in benefiting this squad into their movement towards Split 2. Yes, they come out with a massive dud in that last game, but they have developed some incredible performances on what was, Game 4 of Storm Point, where they were wiping the Wabi left and right, and plenty of other fantastic performances on World's Edge earlier.
Well, listen, Frax having his moment of resurgence, maybe getting that credit, that shine, that spotlight that he is so well deserving of, grinding so much in this ALGS. We've got Phony with the marriage buff, looking good, wearing the top hat out in London after the playoffs. And you've got Snipe Down, who's just the best looking guy, basically, on this half of the hemisphere. He's already married. He doesn't need any more. But hey, they all got 3 things going for him. Let's see if FaZe can get that 4th thing, which is a W today here in day 2. I cannot wait to see it. We're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, guess what? Game 6, all or nothing. Xset at the top. FaZe chasing. Bunch of teams in the mix. Don't go anywhere. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 6 underway. I know I teased you like we were about to jump into it, but we were waiting for that lobby to get set and ready. But this is the last game, so might as well wait for it, get it right, get it tight, get ready to move forward and see who will win tonight. I know that there is so many options for teams in terms of stories, but two have taken the driver's seat in terms of this lobby. It's been Exit and it's been FaZe. Quick word on Exit, Dia. Zephyr, I want you to talk about FaZe because you're rooting for them for the story of basically getting over Exit and gaining those 13 points back in terms of taking the day. So, Dia, Exit, they've been phenomenal so far on the day. One more game to prove it all.
That they certainly have, and I think that it actually comes back to something that you touched on before the break: commitment. Exet are committing to these plays. There's no question about it. And while FaZe are so often in that position, there is a little bit of lag there. The team is still needing to say, we're going to make a play, we're going to group up, and then we're going to make another play. And we're not seeing that same thing happen with Exet. So often they are doing everything at the same time. They're working like a well-oiled machine. And if anything, in this heavyweight fight, that's my difference maker.
I actually absolutely love that point. So you're starting to sway me a little bit. I'm just saying,
you're supposed to fight him right now, Zach. You can't be agreeing with this guy.
I'm sorry, it's just
even if
they're
he
just
makes a
so
good point.
weak. No, I'm kidding. For FaZe there, while I do understand where we kind of start to see them have their faltering moments of success, especially when it comes to those decisive calls, like you say, Dia, in terms of when we start matching them up 3-3, raw strength and power. Even if the commitment isn't there at all times, each of these individual players between the three of them come through with their own power to wipe 1v2, 1v3 in situations that make it count, even if they aren't congruent in what they need to do. As a duo, they're more than capable of getting the job done against a three-piece, and more so when they are on that same wavelength. Think a higher high.
Well, let's see if they can continue to rise up to the top. Certainly done a good job so far, both of those teams. While we have you here, though, for a moment, we always like to do a segment to talk about items, weapons, moments in the game that might make a difference. And that's why we go to our favorite segment here, What's in Your Pack, presented by WD Black. Today's What's in Your Pack segment is focused on an item we all know and love, a big part of Apex Legends in general. It's the gold knockdown shield. Dia, walk us through the impact, not just knockdown shields, but those gold knockdown shields have in our game.
I mean, you've already seen it today. Gold knockdown shields, if you can get your hands on one, incredibly valuable. Actually, being one of the decisive factors in FaZe, ultimately being able to perform as well as they did in Game 2 of the day. Just being able to get that instant reset that is so crucial in Apex Legends. When third parties are on the horizon, you want that gold knockdown shield to get your teammates back into the game with a little bit more HP.
Absolutely, and of course in moments like this where we see them go for another knock, it's something that comes through with the speed that you can at least put yourself back into that fight almost, well, in seconds to spare without even having to heal it up in decisive moments where the 3v3 that comes afterwards happens in milliseconds.
For those who know how well this item has transitioned from all the different things it's been named and called, and it's gone from the back to the front. Now it's the gold knockdown shield, but it still does the same thing. It revives your squads, gives you 750 damage up front, and it is one of those things that you always want to have in your pack. That's been What's in Your Pack, presented by WD Black. All right, well, great to get that segment going and to talk a little bit about that moment. I hadn't realized how Sniped not just got that first one, but the second res, which was so important for that game win. And that was one of the moments that I think set the tone for FaZe. Are they able to put together another run like that to the end game and take control of this lobby? They are down by 13 points of first place to Exet, who are not giving this up without a fight. We'll have to see what happens. Are y'all hype in the chat? You ready for game 6? All right, we are getting to it. Let's send it over to Zephyr and Dia and end NA's match day 2.
All right, let us know who you think, especially from that middle of the pack, is going to make the jump up, because Zephyr and I, we've been watching these games, have had an extraordinarily difficult time predicting who is going to be able to, on their individual games, really make it work for them. Xset, yeah, they're coming up right now, Zephyr, but next game, we could see them cut short just as quickly, and that's something we touched on at the beginning of the day, the parity that we have in North America. So many squads can actually take these fights up against each other, just dependent on not even the day, but the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And while some of our other regions, when we talk about ALGS as a whole, are starting to already define the gaps that exist among some of the best that are starting to peel away, get that extra distance here, even within our first 2 days, it just doesn't seem like North America is completely sure of itself. I'm happy to see that FaZe are readdressing their success on day 2, but like I said, a banger win to absolutely cement that before we start to see Xset as we go into next week when they start to reapproach B versus C would be crucial for them as we look at the split as a whole in our round robin format.
That it would be the debut for all of our teams coming from Group C and getting as high up in the leaderboard as you can, even when you're behind a day in practice, to all those squads from Group A is going to mean the world. Last chance to do it here. The last match on Storm Point, our stereotypically most unpredictable map here in the ALGS. And one thing that has stayed true throughout all 3 of these games today, Zephyr, is that Cenote is not the place to be unless your name is Tripods or Complexity. And honestly, I don't think either of them are having fun with this contest either.
No, not at all there. It's something that prevented them from getting their expedient rotations in towards some of these zones fairly early on. And we might even be readdressing Wall as well here in potentially a moment. For now, though, Tripods already finding some of this initial starting damage. You can see Gent moments ago beginning to find just a pep bridge from afar here. Obviously from the outside with the G7 scout in hand, Deeds just barely trying to find the shots before the rotations come through, but the forced regrouping of Tripods necessary.
Now, Zephyr, we have talked about this so much because it's happened every game and said, this isn't good for Tripods, this isn't good for Complexity. So why do squads do it? We go into these things and we're aware that there are contests that can happen. There are 50-50s off drop. And I mean, I want to talk about what the positives of this are, even if they're not immediately evident.
Well, we'll hold the thought on that potentially for now. Big crack and the flesh found here for Luda, and potentially more damage to follow suit. Cody and the rest already taking themselves immediately outside to see if they can get them before the building comes back. Monsoon dropped down to 30 health before he can make any impressions yet there. Double Orange is stuck in on the inside of this building.
Okay, Luda.
Gent, what's going on?
Didn't think there was an angle there, I suppose. That is unlucky, but it's more or less the end of this contest. You pick up a knock like that with no answer, it's going to be pretty hard to come back.
For Complexity here, obviously, while they do have to readdress the remnants of that Tripods roster, hopefully they might either be taking for the hills or looking to spread themselves out against the at least other angles here that exist in Cenote. Last time around, or even prior to that in our first game of Stormpoint, at least we were in a situation where it was a 2v2 exchange. This time around, it is confidently in the favor of Complexity.
That certainly is. Tripods are still, making their presence known, but I've got no doubt, Zephyr, that they are on the way out. You've effectively lost this contest, and as we talked about just before we got into this game, every point matters here, so you don't want to give up any more than you need to. Seer ult will buy you plenty of space defensively, but surely we're not recommitting to this.
And trying to sneak their way through, utilizing that, and Merc's on the side here, even though he's got him lit up across the board. Doesn't quite find the cracks or damage. Back up to the second floor with a massive big on the 55 there. 44 on the scan on the back end. Will continue to put damage down where it counts, but no knocks yet. Nothing to give them the numbers advantage. Just more time here for Complexity to reset.
If Tripods win this,
Oh,
it
no.
would be the fight of the day, the fight of the week. And coming around the side, Nick Merckx is relentless with this Mastiff, but he's starting to be toyed with. Cody drops down and no mercy takes out the Tripods with the rest of Complexity. It was a long fight. It was a scary fight for both teams, but Complexity do manage to take that advantage and turn it into so much more.
It's a bit of a shame for Tripods, a rough day for them. Just on that position alone with 0 points, we'll finish out with 18 and something that exists below, at least right now, 16th place overall. You talk about those overall standings that truly count towards North America as a whole. It's going to be something that, thankfully, the reason why the rest of our seasons exists.
JQ? That bamboo is not appropriate cover. There we go.
You're right.
JQ, unfortunately, not able to make himself as tiny as he would have liked. And SZN confidently on the push as they jump up and take this fight by storm. Seer ult will make sure that they finish this off in relatively clean fashion, as full information is going to be the friend of any aggressive roster.
SCN here, though, aren't on this low ground, not quite able to eclipse full positioning, but that rotation down basically guarantees that they're going to be able to pick up the rest of those kills there. For Drop-In Gaming, they give away that kind of spot, and it's almost guaranteed that you find your way out. For SCN, maybe eclipsing, putting themselves in that same position would be good here, but you can see Klein is still holding Portal on the outskirts of Command Center, and the rest of the squad, yeah, well, likely regrouping here now.
I really like that. It was a cool play from Season to go for that fight and then instantly double on back. And it seems like they've found themselves right in the face of another fight. If my eyes do not deceive me, that's an EMP. And if my thoughts do not deceive me, that means it's Meat Lovers who again are picking a fight right around the outskirts of, as you said, Command Center. SZN putting up an appropriate defense here, however, even from the low ground, are out trading in terms of the damage that they're able to throw back and forth. So I don't expect this to continue for too much longer.
MLS, in the meanwhile, though, will be our next squad to fall, and that one's a little bit sadder. It's a better day for MLS, especially when we start to compare it to our first beginnings of North America on our match day 1 here, but going out in 8th, especially when we started to discuss those kind of middle of the pack rosters. That's already one that is done, Dia, and I know there's about 10 or 12 more that can easily shake things up here.
Klein should be safe. Into the void he goes, and a little bit more cover gotten on the other side of this is going to be more difficult to nade out and to harass, perhaps even see or cancel. Bullet L going to be able to cover the rest of this, but pushing up onto height may not be something that SCN feel comfortable doing just yet. A lot of their cooldowns not really applying in this situation. Things like the Catalyst Wall and the Wraith Portal not giving them a bunch of value, but nonetheless, they're going to try and take this engagement, every kill point really mattering to this squad.
An exhibit down here on the backside of Luminosity, making their way deep into the antenna area, coming off of what could have been the remnants of a starting fight or something that was hopefully to push squads away. Central position, but meanwhile, Launchpad, Oxygen have actually moved out past, away from antenna, and present themselves directly in front of Rise.
Both walls that were used for the both disengage and engage respectively are now effectively just nothing walls. Nobody's really playing around them anymore, but they've closed the gap and let Rise get a little bit better of an angle. Retsy's got to be careful, however, as height over in this launch pad is very, very dangerous. Those small little diagonals that you can hold serve as effective head peaks at different ranges, and Rise, I think quite wisely, aren't going to push this. As much as I want to see Rise succeed, and as happy as I am to see a squad try and take fights, especially after a great Pro League qual run, this isn't the time, and this isn't the roster to push.
No. For Oxygen Gaming, they at least are going to be able to pull back here, get some of those meds with the Replicator, and maybe get themselves into a better position. Coming through from the eastern side is still an available option if you don't want to take the fight directly within Launchpad, but recovery is necessary, and spending more time here in this POI will be a bit of a waste, especially as our zone looks to be pulling more towards that Stormcatcher area once again.
There goes the full data. And it may just be that with the amount of distance that, as you illustrate, they're going to have to cover, that Oxygen need to use that redeploy, and the more ultimate accelerants they can get now, the better to be able to make use of it again is likely, especially when you're going uphill with Valkyrie. Where you are forced to land isn't necessarily where you want to end up. You understand, however, why they're playing in the zone, and it is a game of trying to conserve as many points as they can. We're still in top 17. Placement points haven't started to roll in yet. And for a squad in 4th, they're barely hanging on to that position. 36 points. They're tied with a lot of the lobby.
That is rough, especially when you bring that up. 4th place, something I didn't expect. Obviously, Oxygen more than capable, but given the fact how close everything is, it never quite feels like it. For Team Inters, I'm happy to see them out and away from Mill. They're not a squad that is wasting their time in zone, much like what we have seen from them in the past. And RE45 available, that's a massive pickup for any one of these 3 members.
Yeah, if you can, you give it to your fragger, the person who's going to be getting up close and personal most often. Flinzar actually a very good option, and as he's able to make use of the digi threat that comes with this, and through the smokes no less, put out an incredible amount of damage. The fact that Team Inters are taking this Trident so far into the zone, however, without being punished, a bit of a surprise to me, Zephyr.
I mean, most teams have probably already catered themselves towards the north side of the zone, especially if it's working its way towards that Stormcatcher area. Once we start getting towards Lagoon and further, that's where we might see some problems advance. Meanwhile, for Luminosity, they actually head back in from Antenna to pull up Shore's Edge against Oxygen. Took all their time and now are going to be able to capitalize.
Let's move that way.
Not they will. Luminosity slow playing this around the outside. Do get plenty off of Oxygen, but the death boxes still are the priority. As you remember all those med kits that Oxygen were crafting, and now they do belong to us, say Luminosity, and this is going to give them a lot of sustain outside of the zone, rotating slow into Team Inters right ahead of them.
Team Inters even taking their time, get that handy dandy scan. We talked to Saucer about this new ability, of course, for all of our recon legends, and it's something that Inters hopefully may be able to take advantage of, albeit 20th place, maybe not the best example of it, but being able to see what lies in wait as an open spot, especially as you're going to climb up this hill, could be the best impetus for this team to find their way into a good position. They clearly know where it is. You can see the pings coming out towards that stairwell just by Stormcatcher.
I like that we're seeing the Bangalore thing that we talked about a while ago really starting to come into effect as well. You're able to smoke out effectively so much just by smoking the enemy team and making sure that they can't shoot you for a few seconds. Team Inters make great use of that time, but still ultimately are positioned on low ground, so in comes the Rolling Thunder to deny that little bit more space. Their rotation may very well take them through this choke point where they'll still have to go up a hill, but at the very least won't be harassed as they're being right now.
Ooh.
Oh.
And these upper angles are just so difficult to eclipse. We talk about teams that set themselves up early. Even though we aren't watching it, Inters stuck out in zone. Rise are still in the prime position to capitalize. They'll send their way through that Dark Veil. And with a squad just across from them in that choke there, they do not care. Now, no Digis down, but they've got a better response for it. An exhibit in play behind the boxes to give them what they need.
Now, Luminosity are right ahead of them, and Rise were never a team known for taking kindly to their KP being stolen. However, Nazul is even less kind as he trades right back with the R99. Furia go down in the meantime, and Rise have got to be aware of the caliber of squad dropping from the lobby. If they can stay alive, if they can keep Retzi topped up, there is a chance that they take this away, but they're going to have to get A1s back into the game, and that means surviving right now. As the wall drops, Retzi going to be exposed on the way back. No cover available to him. As Luminosity Gaming, you gotta hope that they've disengaged.
A1's banner has been picked up here, and it's still, I would say, maybe in the early remnants of the game to potentially pull something off. But if you pull back up towards that south side of Stormcatcher, I don't think the game will work out any better. But granted, out here towards the west, I can't imagine a good rotation lies in wait. But let's look at the other side of zone. We haven't gotten our clutches on it yet. This north side out from Thunderwatch. LTC going to be this squad, keeping their sight lines in check.
Not in a very proactive position, using a lot of the defensive cooldowns that they've got so far, and with the wall just ahead of them, the threat is imminent for LTC. They don't have sight lines, and you're waiting on that Seer ult from BBB, who likewise want to be able to take this fight and clear out their backs. It is a slow play, as BBB do not want to expose themselves to unnecessary risk here. But Designful takes quite a bit of damage, even eating some flesh now, and ultimately isn't going to be able to commit to the push onto the low ground.
It does look like it's a three-piece across the board here that these teams are going to have to deal with. And with that Dark Veil down, it's guaranteed that the south side that BBB wasn't having to deal with are now in play. Designful there, and Chaotic Much already beginning to take angles and find the end of LTC as a duo in a 2v3 situation. Didn't even get to catch it. Why? Zach Mazer, he don't need to be there. Trust these boys, get the job done.
Yeah, he's doing other things. I mean, there are squads to keep at bay here. There are red Evos to get, Zephyr. I mean, come on. Like, the man has priorities.
That's crazy. That is crazy,
It is. And it does speak to the positioning that LTC took, I will say. I mean, in a spot like that, they're backed into a corner. There's a wall right in front of them for over half that fight. It's not like they've got a whole lot of say in what happens to them.
No, not at all here, but they do have some say potentially in these end game zones. Pulling away from Stormcatcher directly out into the open. You have to look towards BBB and Sentinels as we start to discuss these end games. Team Diverge does host a position directly in the middle here, but it's going to be dicey whether they can pull themselves together. For TSM, we have to see them find success here and now. A drop onto Dottie, make it one more with Lou, and send Lanimals home.
Verhost, please. That is why they call the man Big E. Taking down Lanimals in a style like that. TSM have moved themselves up several places in the lobby with the 3 KP and now top 12 position. The rotation, however, may still claim them early. And the problem with being a world champion after the playoffs is that TSM can never shoot high enough. If they win first place here, people expected it. If they get anything but first, are they really world champions? Those are the expectations that TSM have, and they're trying their best to live up to them right now. We'll see how far they can go.
Scary, scary words. I'll say that here and now, but thankfully for them, we talk about winning that fight has such a crucial impact on them going into the zone. While they may not be in height like BBB or Sentinels, you can already see from Verhulst's position that they are ready to go from the south side of the zone, and when those teams are forced to drop from Stormcatcher, albeit it's not a lot of cover, they're going to be one of the first entities to potentially take advantage of some of those knocks from across the way.
There's a lot of pressure on TSM, and as they rotate in, let's jump into a listen-in with them to see how they deal with it.
They're walking down a tree.
Cracks, crack, right there, right there.
Nice.
Hide of Stormcatcher.
I got Kraber, I'm batting.
Kraber dead.
Nice.
Everyone on the right's dead. Everyone, never mind.
There's a down guy. There's a down guy.
I have to get to Evan, or how?
The cannon team. Knock one cannon.
Shoot the
He's
cannon
down.
in the
There's
corner.
a
He's in the corner.
gold knock. Behind. Bro,
How?
we got
Where did they come from?
They ooved us.
Stormcatcher. It was top Stormcatcher.
From above, what a play. Giving no quarter. TSM, can I get you some extra meat? Because the meat lovers show up from the sky. That was a really unfortunate end for TSM, and not one that they really could have seen coming. But now we jump in to see who's got that god spot that you mentioned, Zephyr. The high ground that so often determines our Storm Point games belongs to our other Titan of the lobby, Xset and FaZe. They just went down.
There's no way that FaZe will ever be able to make up the points that count to usurp Xset. This, from this moment on, Dia, is a victory lap for this team after the rest of a successful day here. And the fact that they find some major way against all of this to present themselves in high ground angles is incredible when we just watch the chaos unfold from the explosion from that Stormcatcher.
Now we've talked to death about the way that Xset like to play and about the commitment that they bring to the table, but look at who they are in an endgame lobby with. BBB, who are fighting for their redemption arcs. Team Diverge on the low ground, who just want to make that top 10, who have some of their first debuts in Pro League. Sentinels, who are struggling to come back to dominance, and the Meat Lovers, who have got that deadly game plan with the crypto. We'll see what they can do as SCS go down and we are devolving into fights. Out goes the EMP, and BBB have got no shield. They've got a box to play and it is not looking like enough.
Not enough at all here. The Meat Lovers coming through from the low ground almost immediately present the damage where it counts, but it is at the expense of almost their entire life there, picked off from the opposite angles. It's none other than Xset that continue to clean up across this lobby.
Decision making is on point for this team. They're slow playing it. They're letting everyone else fight, but the KP is not there for Xset. It's something that they are liking to rack up, especially in the end game, but it means they've got to be a little more active. Pan around the corner, and what are we doing?
What?
Xset, looking around like, what just happened? Who's that?
Well, it doesn't matter. Already gone here. Now back down to our final two. Sentinels versus Xset. Ring around the rosy, pocket full of Posey, a fence line to defend. But I see 3 red and versus 3 purple. It's the minor advantages in similar moments like this that will count against it all.
But this is the win that matters for Sentinels. Again, the old guard, and in more ways than one, they've got a lot to prove, for they have struggled in the past 2 days, and Xset are simply controlling so much ground. Look at this fence line. Fun does get fried. 50 HP almost gets dropped, but somebody steps too close to Rambo, and Sykes goes down. It's Sentinels in a 2v1. It's Sentinels that may very well be taking their first win of the ALGS Split 2.
I have to say, for Sentinels, like you said, it's a win that was absolutely crucial to still show us that this team can perform among the rest. They've had some rough excursions to boot here from both that last split, but also playoffs as well. And it makes me happy to see that in Game 6, even though they had to compete against the Titans, they are God Slayers.
I will say this, welcome Sentinels. I should say welcome back because they've been here before, but welcome to the ALGS officially here in Split 2. Let's be specific on it, and a great win to cap off a day that was a bit of a struggle, but ended on a high note heading into our next match days as well. Xset clearly the star of the show. FaZe went out earlier than we expected, guys, so it was no contest. Xset will be your champions today, and by a long stretch. It was just that type of moment for them, Dia. And throughout it all, we felt that there were some teams that could upset the Juggernaut, slay the Giants, or the Gods, as you had mentioned, Zephyr. But I think the idea that Xset were going anywhere but on top was just a little bit of your imagination at play, Dia.
Yeah, it was delusion. I'm not gonna get it twisted. Xset really did crush, and I think that the big difference right now between them and everyone else is that not only do they clearly know exactly what composition that they want to play, but it's fitting so well with the style that they've decided on. They're a very flexible team, and I feel like this meta is just slotting in perfectly with the way that Nock wants to play the game.
Zephyr, walk me through the story here of game number 6. A lot of teams, a lot of stories we were following here. What stood out to you?
Well, obviously, as we make our way back towards Stormcatcher, we get a little bit of a repeat from our restart just moments ago for these teams. Some may be happier than others, but it starts all the same ways here. Once again, Tripods facing a beat, Complexity coming out on top on the 3 on the O here, and so many squads trying to fight their way up from the low ground. It seems like a topic we talked about all game through that 6th and final match. Teams coming through from Launchpad, teams coming outside south of Stormcatcher, out from Command Center to compete against, well, just about anyone else.
And it would ultimately be a story kind of culminating in a bit of disappointment for some. Rise couldn't quite get it going. 12 points on the day, going to sit in 19th overall. TSM, though, had a little bit of a moment. It stopped, but they earned a lot of points in this game, so it's going to put them around 10th, maybe 9th. And this is kind of where that energy started to pick up for the squad on 27. They would shortly go to 37 points, but then it would be BBB who would get involved. And ultimately, they would make it into the top 5, a team that you mentioned earlier, Dia and Zev, kind of redemption arcs for them. Meat Lovers and the Charge Rifle in a circle this close, and ended up spelling disaster, however, for winning the game. Might have pushed them into second if they did get that W, but this would be the end of that. And when we head on to the final rotation, which would be a bout between two teams we expected to be at the top, and only one would be, yet that doesn't mean Sentinels can't go at it with their very best. And they take a great fight against Xset here, dominating. And you know what Rambo can do when he gets a flatline in his hands and a little bit of time and a little bit of space. He lets the hair fly out and he cleans up the fight, as we know they love to do. 21 points on that moment. Sentinels ending on a high note. Xset with 11 there and taking second place. Almost 3 wins on the day. That would have matched our only other team to do that, Fire Beavers, in our first match in EMEA yesterday. Heading over to page 2, though, as you can see, some teams still getting it going. Big surprise for me, Luminosity Gaming. I think they've done great. You can see they've got the kill potential there. Still working on the rotations, getting into those zones. Furia sparked up, never quite caught. Kind of like you're watching a Final Fire challenge in Survivor. Just didn't get there when they needed to. Tripods as well, dropping a 0. MLS 2. Good start, not a strong ending. That leads us to the big show. Zephyr, Dia. We've casted 6 games here. It is time to reveal who took not just first place, but second place. Our final standings for match day 2 for North America. We know Xset was on top, but who was able to get to that second spot? Who was able to hold third? We're going to find out here. I cannot wait to see it. Dia, I want your reactions. I want your thoughts as we get ready to show it to you on how this lobby panned out.
Okay, well, I can only imagine that it's FaZe, and there we go. But the surprise for me comes in third. BBB, right, doing quite well themselves, and with Team Diverge and Meat Lovers following this up. Let's not forget BBB, very new roster as 3. Controversial that they ended up getting together, and remember that this is part of their sort of contrast with Lanimals, who have the other part of the Cloud9 roster. Then we've got Team Diverge and Meat Lovers, who both had to qualify through the Pro League quals pre-split 2 and are in the top 5 on the second day of ALGS. There's a lot to digest here, Rain Day.
I know, and I haven't even eaten dinner yet. There's a ton going on here.
I'm full.
Zephyr, give me your reactions to this as well. I have to say, I mean, it goes to show the chaos that exists within North America as teams are truly trying to figure things out. A lot of our top contenders from last split, where we had almost this constant trifecta between the likes of Xset, of course, the Guard and what was their presence, and TSM again and again. And this time around, those similar teams, those same players are struggling through and through. Obviously, better performances here today as we look at groups A versus C, but still looking to reset and find that performance. And the one roster that stands out as a reoccurring successor, none other than Xset. That is something that everyone has to take note of. Yeah, I would say put some respect on their name, but it is already there. It has been there. They continue to just be excellent. That is the way I would categorize Xset. Of course, when we look at the series standings for North America, the season has played out 2 matches thus far. Only Group A have played twice, so that should mean that FaZe and Meat Lovers have a chance to be on top. But would you guess, after 2,
Meat lovers, Team Diverge, and FaZe, the top 3 teams in North America. We know it's because Dark Zero didn't get to play again, but boy, oh boy, talk about a performance coming in from challengers and making it happen. BBB as well, sitting in the top 10, drug-free, a great performance. We talked to Saucer earlier. Let's look at the other page as well, Dia, because these teams, they put in some work, but maybe didn't get it consistently enough, or maybe just only played once. I'm talking NRGs and Optics.
It's certainly true, and I mean, we've got to sort of take this with an asterisk. When I'm seeing the letter A next to your name, I know you've essentially had 2 chances, but with B and C showing up above those from Group A means a lot. So even though NRG are in 11th right now, I mean, this is a really good day for them. We're contrasted by 1 point differential with Sentinels. It's still a tragic start to the season for the Sen roster.
I mean, it can't be not said. TSM, 2 games, 2 match days played. 12 points. A lot of teams in C and B already ahead of them, only playing once. Something's got to give. We'll see the adjustments they make. I'm sure that will be a dramatic storyline over the next few weeks and scrims and streams. I'm sure people will be tuning in to Hal's stream right now to see what the conversations are after this broadcast is over. But the final page, I think this, Zephyr, what would you kind of, add as an adjective to this? Teams that are hopeful, teams that have a little disappointed. How would you categorize this and kind of slant
It's been a rough start here for some of these teams, but most of them, once again, that asterisk that Dia says, it's just the beginnings here, and they're going to read this, and they're going to understand that in this next upcoming match day, that's truly what's going to count, because I'm noticing some of the best do exist within that A group here. So for B and C, potentially setting their sights on the challenge that lies ahead. Who will come out upon the top and set themselves above the rest in North America?
I love that segue, because guess what? Every day we see great performances from teams that deserve acknowledgement, but there are always just a few that stand out a little more than the rest. Let's get into our segment to close out the show of our Monster Energy MVPs for today. All right, let's get it started. Dia, we've been talking behind the scenes. Zephyr, you too. Dia, I'll start with you. Who was your Monster Energy MVP for match day 2 here in North America?
Well, thank you for asking, Randy. My Monster Energy MVP has to be Snipe Down. We were talking about FaZe all day, but Snipe as the defining characteristic of this roster, like we said, brings that little bit of extra spice, brings that killer instinct. While on a team with Phony and Frex, we are seeing this player come to succeed. It is him that they are allowed to highlight with 4,500 damage over the course of the day, 16 kills. Snipe is lethal, and his percentage of knock conversion to kill conversion is second to none. 17 knocks on the day, 16 kills. It says a lot. Not many people are escaping Snipe.
Yeah, in any way, shape, or form, in any game either. He'll chase you all the way over to Halo if you go over there. He'll come right back to Apex if you try to come back. Zephyr, talk to me. Who do you got for your Monster Energy MVP?
Well, we couldn't be walking out of today without having to discuss Xset, and there's so many good players within this roster, but my pick has to be Sykes here. We're coming off, yes, a powerful split from this team in our last iteration of Pro League, but so many people are still looking at Sykes as this major change of pace for both Fun and Nocturnal when we talk about this team, and he continues to provide all the access they need as a supreme fragger. The day of here, 6,600 damage and 13 kills to wrap up across the board here for Xset. It's something that enables this team and leaves them with the confidence they need, well, to stand above the rest.
I gotta say, I love those votes for your Monster Energy MVPs. I've got to go with another member close to those, but a little bit closer to Sykes as well, playing on the same team, in fact. That's Nocturnal. We interviewed him yesterday. I've interviewed this man at LAN. What a lovely human being, but also when you talk about IGLs, maybe doesn't get enough respect put on his name. And you talk about performances and flexibility, certainly doesn't get talked about enough. Taking on the role of the Bangalore and the Catalyst today, saying, you know what, I wasn't sure what we were gonna play. Joking a little bit with Hodzic that it might be Wraith, but ultimately saying that we are still trying to figure it out. But today, it was nothing like that. 13 kills, 8,000 damage, 13 assists, contributing and working as a team. Xset firing on all cylinders is one of the, if not the best team in the world, and Nocturnal is such an integral part of that. When they're on, when he's on, they're on. When he's off, they're off. You could tell Nocturnal had a real on day today as they come in with the second highest score we have seen in Pro League over the course of 6 games. A big congratulations to Nocturnal. He was my Monster Energy MVP nomination for today. Of course, everyone played so well, and it's hard to kind of, pick out just 3, but those were the ones we chose for our Monster Energy MVPs. Gentlemen, we have great moments in this broadcast. We have a halftime show. We get to do these Monster Energy MVPs. We get to talk about items like what's in your pack. But one of my favorite moments always is the winning interview. And sitting by with us, the person I tried to nominate as my Monster Energy MVP, he just wasn't actually playing. Sorry, man. Production stopped me. It's, of course, our good friend and coach of XSET, Hodzic. My man, you looking snuggled up. Is that a huggy? Is that a huggy right there?
Comfortable.
It's a cold day in Pittsburgh, baby. Absolutely.
I got a huggy downstairs, man, and I got to say I love that thing. So shout outs, not an ad, but I just want to say you must be feeling cozy as well after the W, man. Your boys performed so well. Walk me through just today and kind of what was going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, today, we looked very calm and cozy out playing today, but it doesn't really tell us the story of the past couple of days. We've actually been in quite a frenzy on what to do. You heard Nocturnal yesterday talking about playing Wraith. He still wanted to play Wraith today. I didn't let it. And because one of the most exciting things about a tournament like this one, like the day one of this ALGS in particular, is this is the biggest meta shift we've ever seen in the game. So it's really cool to see what teams are playing with, what teams have kind of figured out what works for them, and we are really entering a state of Apex where it really depends on finding a team comp and play style that works for your team, and not necessarily just looking at what the top team is doing. And I think we've kind of ironed out what works for us really well.
Actually, it's interesting that you say that you and Nocturnal are still disagreeing, and I believe in the Wraith, but I'm seeing where you're coming from here. With your trying to find a playstyle that works for you, one of the things that we brought up at the end of the games was that it's looking like Nocturnal's playstyle is matching really well with just how the meta is going. Is that a product of the coaching, or is that just, yes, this meta does really suit how Nocturnal naturally plays?
I don't think any prior metas of the recent, in the past year or two, suit how we play. It's something that both I have had to learn, because when I originally started working with Nocturnal, he was a completely different IGL. His play style was way different, and we both had to kind of work to learn to figure out how to play in these metas. So I'd say every single meta so far is we've learned how to play it. Especially, I almost didn't want to put him on Catalyst for Stormpoint because it is just not his style. The Catalyst is too slow of a character for someone like him. So to see him perform really well, even on Catalyst, actually, I'm super proud of him. It's not an easy task for someone to just swap roles from playing a character like Bangalore to Catalyst.
Yeah, absolutely. In the single moment that they had to make it count here today, they delivered. I will say it is just the first match day, though, especially for the likes of Group C. Next week, you guys will be matching up against Group B, and some particular names currently stand out among the rest, with notably just yesterday, we saw the likes of Dark Zero. I'd like to hear your thoughts on them and potentially any other standouts, because I know from a coach's perspective, you're already prepping for what XSET will have in store.
Yeah, there's definitely I'm sure a lot of people are probably surprised at a lot of the results that we've been seeing. There's a lot of teams that I thought were going to do really well that haven't been performing, but I still think they're going to catch their stride. I think they're really talented, teams like MLS, for example. I think really highly of that team. I think they can do very well if they can kind of figure it out, but they are a new team, so you got to give them a little bit of time. But FaZe has been surprising me a lot. No, it's not really a surprise because how good Phony and Frex are, it's more just, Snipe's been away for a bit, but they've actually been they've been absolutely crushing it, and it's good to see, honestly. They're definitely a team that we're going to be looking out for, but there's been a couple rap plays that have been attempted on us throughout this series, so definitely gonna have to hit the books and study some maps and see what people are doing and try to figure out. Just be prepared for anything that can be thrown your way.
Well, as you're putting the time in, hitting the books, Hodzic, I know one thing: you're gonna be warm. I appreciate it. I'm about to get my
Absolutely
after this broadcast, brother. Thank you so
Absolutely.
much for the for the conversation. And you know what? Thank you so much for putting on a show, giving us something to talk about. Exec, congratulations on the win. Coach Hodzik, thanks for joining us again, my man.
Thank you guys for having me. And Dia and Zephyr, you guys are absolutely killing it, by the way. Use well rain day, but it's really nice to see you guys on the team that are killing it. So keep it up, boys.
Thank you very
All
much.
right. Nice words from Hodzik there. Warms the heart. And you know what? Perfect segue as well. Used to be on the ALGS. You know, Hodzik did a couple casts with us too. So some talent recognition. You got to love it. I think I'm going to start with you, Dia. Final thoughts on the day, final thoughts on this broadcast, the inaugural broadcast for you two here. And obviously great praise from around the community and from the players and coaches. So talk to me a little bit. Wrap your thoughts up on today.
I mean, I've really been enjoying it for today's coverage of both North America and EMEA. I think that it's safe to say that Zephyr and I are nothing short of ecstatic, and to be commentating the top level of ALGS is a big joy. Now that we're looking at these teams and these players in the regions, we're starting to see things develop, and as we talked about on EMEA, heroes start to emerge. I'm, of course, looking specifically at our Challenger Circuit squads, and I think that we've got a lot of talent there. So I'm going to continue encouraging us to keep an eye over there. And special shout out to, as we said at the beginning of the broadcast, meat lovers. There's something there. There's something there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dia. What a day. Zephyr, as you finish the chuckle and get ready to give us your final thoughts, man, congrats again on the inaugural broadcast. We've loved having you. What does this mean today in terms of the gameplay and your experience here, wrapping up your final words?
Yeah, absolutely. Always ecstatic, like Dia said, to be a part of it. 12 games in a row is more than I could particularly ask for. And when we talk about North America as a whole, it has been a show. It has been more of a show than anything I have ever particularly seen in any of the recent splits that I have watched here across both year 3 and even further past that to year 2 as a whole. Dia brings up heroes. I think of challengers, and for North America, I'm starting to look at maybe an Apex cinematic universe, because it feels like for them, anybody can quite come out on top. Who would have thought meat lovers, Diverge are sitting at above the rest right now? Not me.
But it's great to see you guys here calling that action and highlighting these teams. Thank you again from all of us for a great show. We're going to say goodbye now, but it hopefully won't be the last time that we see you two. Man, what a time. North America, EMEA, back-to-back, an opening weekend for fans and the community to enjoy, huh? I had fun. I know you guys did in the chat as well. And you've been letting us know throughout Twitter, throughout Twitch, throughout YouTube that you've been having a great experience, and we really do appreciate it. Well, that's it. The split's over. No, I'm just kidding. We got another match day coming up. Let's talk about it, because guess what? Match day number 3 is next Saturday, 11 a.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. CET, 6 p.m. GMT. Nasky and the Pioneers, let him cook. Oh, they've been cooking right there. Talk about a top 3 performance. Only Alliance and Fire Beavers challenging them in EMEA when we first saw them. And guess what? Fire Beavers are going to be right back there. The highest score, 3 games out of 6 that they won. OJ Rain, 9 Impulse, Taskmaster on a mission. Expect to see them at LAN and expect to see them trying to hoist that trophy. But of course, we also have to talk about Dark Zero and Jen Burton crossing the arms, crossing people up here in the final end games, taking first place in their first performance. And talk about our Cinderella story. We talked to Sorcerer, but it wasn't a lot of talking that needed to be done to see how well they performed. Back-to-back wins to start it off. Can they do it again in match day number 3? All of that action coming up to you, so make sure to stay tuned on our socials at Play Apex Esports and on YouTube at Play Apex Esports here and on twitch.tv/Play Apex as well. You follow all of us on the broadcast too. Our Twitter handles have been all around us. And for everyone who's been doing watch parties, everybody who has been hanging out in the chats, everyone who has been supporting, whether tweeting at the hashtag ALGS or just silently watching, whether on a phone, an iPad, or any type of device, we appreciate you. You are a part of our community. We love you. And this thing doesn't run without you. From all the production, everyone behind the scenes, the talent, the crew, and all involved, we want to wish you a very happy Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your week. And as always, never give up. Never stop gaming. We'll see you all next time.
the challenge.